through this and get over to Roberta's. Looking forward to a nice tour of Roberta's place. And then getting back home and getting back at it again. So decent weather's coming hopefully again this week. And now we go from wet spring to dry, hot summer. So at some point, I'm hoping that we get to meet with Commissioner Ball again for a few minutes. We haven't seen Commissioner Ball for quite some time. It'd be nice to put him back in our radar at some point if we could get a few minutes with him again, hopefully maybe in September, July or September. Roll call, Kim?
Here.
Sarah?
Here.
Alicia?
Yes, here.
Judy?
Here.
Julie?
Here.
JJ?
Here.
Carl? Here. Roberta?
Here.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. Dean is on. Dean had a meeting in Kansas City, but he is joining us. So we're happy about that. Any quick updates or questions or anything before we do approval of last minutes? Did everybody get minutes from the last meeting that I heard went very, very well? I apologize for not being there, but I heard it went extremely well, and thank you. That was good. Approval of last minutes.
Will be approved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, so a couple things for board discussion. And holler at me, Elizabeth, if I'm bringing this up that I shouldn't be bringing it up at this point. Or do you want to bring up your stuff right now?
It's out of the topics of the follow-up stuff.
Yes.
We're at. Okay, so the first one is the intellectual property discussion. So we have reached out to USDA because they do the larger programs and.
I've not heard back
Yeah,
from them
what-
yet. They're telling me to look.
Yeah, what was,
They probably have a few things going on, I would think.
and so FDA just got through it, now USDA is going through those processes of like getting rid of employees, and a lot of those programs were hit extremely hard. So we're waiting to get the feedback from that. In our own shop, there are market orders that have had those discussions, and our chief counsel has been looking into that and just needed some more time to come up with what is going to parse with what comes out of USDA. So, because if that's a full stop or whatever the parameters are.
So this is the work that's being done, being funded. What is the intellectual property that you're talking about?
So that is the higher category of like the patent or the
Yep.
research investment that you have asked us to look into as.
Correct.
as
Okay.
How do you invest in this research, but then if it goes to market, how do you not reap the benefits of that? And it's that discussion, but
Yep,
it's
good.
complicated.
It
And-
is complicated, but I really appreciate you looking into it because I think it's a fair question.
Yeah, but it turned into, then that's what it is, and the intellectual property thing is, yeah, the 10 minutes I spent with our chief counsel is like mind blowing.
Right, so, but is it different on a national level then? Because the national has done that, right?
And that is exactly what we want to see, if there's already a template for that.
Right.
Why reinvent the wheel?
That's correct.
That's why we said we should be reaching out to USDA. That was kind of an 11th hour thing. Oh, wait a minute, they're already probably overseeing a lot of this stuff, and that's why we reached out to them.
I appreciate that.
And does that include like the stuff that Cornell does?
It
Well,
could.
That's what we talked to.
Okay, that's what I thought we were visiting about. I'm just bringing.
DMI did it recently with a partnership they have with Cornell, I think,
Okay.
if I'm remembering that correctly. They're retaining their part of the patent,
Right,
so
okay.
that would be interesting to see how that goes.
But it's gonna be, by the sounds, it's gonna be it's maybe not long, but it's gonna be a very high-level discussion.
Yeah. I guess when you start using the patent word and all sorts of.
But like you said, don't reinvent the wheel, just try to see how it works
Right.
with what DMI did.
There's people that, especially in the law end of things, right? Don't they make the joke about the patent law exams, the hardest one to pass, right? So,
That's why they get paid the big bucks.
yeah. We don't have any patent law attorneys at Ag and Markets.
Can't imagine why.
So there's some research that needs to be done there. But again, hopefully the USDA, the national program, who's already been through that, will have some parameters and guidelines and allow us to have a more robust discussion about it. So,
Okay,
Thank you.
next discussion. It's not aim point anymore, because directions group. Jason and Julie have done, we did a lot of work there. We went directions. We've got feedback from Ag and Markets. We've got this, we've got that. I guess, I don't know where you guys, I know Jason and I talked a little while ago. I guess Ag and Markets needs to give us feedback. My interpretation, Jason and Julie, please share. They've done the work, we paid them. Can we utilize some, all, none? What do we do with the report that they gave us?
the report is yours. The grand debate will be whether or not it's posted on our website. I don't think that's going to happen.
Mhm.
But as far as where it's at this point, it's for you to use.
Can we share it with other, Jason's comment was, can Corning Group or others, NYSDPO, utilize information out of that report? Right? Am I mean,
If we do-
jump in here if I'm not
No,
paraphrasing
that's the
that.
question, I would say.
It's not anything that we do that's not public, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dairy farmers have access to something they funded, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so the answer is yes.
So Ag and Markets take on the report? Elizabeth?
Is there a position that the Ag Markets has? You don't want it on a website.
They can't take a position.
You can't take a position.
Yeah, it's research that you did. I don't see it being as something that we're going to like highlight on the website.
That's fair, I would say.
Okay. Is there any Cornell research on the website at all?
Website, I don't
No,
think
our website on our website, but that would be the annual report, what
Okay.
all of the contractors put in, and then all the contractors have the summary of what they do.
Okay.
for their contract.
That's-
Also, all PowerPoints, RFAs, those are all posted on the website too. So if there's a question about a certain project, we want, Nicole, Cornell team puts together those presentations, those are all public.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I'll be pretty bold here in saying, and I'm not very shy sometimes, but my assumption is that that report is not highly regarded as one of our top 10 funded projects that we've done.
I don't know how to interpret that.
I don't know if we can say that, Larry, because it hasn't gotten out there to anybody to do any education.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just.
For.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't know how, I can't rank that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, as far as from the feedback that I got, and looking at it and stuff, there was some miscues, maybe miscues isn't the right. What am I looking to say?
I mean, you bring up the point, maybe question maybe whether it was good investment, right? And there's different sides that look at what the conclusions were and what was brought out and the thoroughness of it or lack of, that it could have been better. I would agree. It could be better. There's a lot of money there. But I think there's some value. There can be considerable value with it to start some conversations that I think can be very important for the industry going forward. And this is
Good conversation.
yeah.
Okay, good.
So we can disseminate it out amongst, so how does the board give it to NYSDPO? How do we do that?
Thank you. Yes.
That's my
Yeah, we
question.
We can figure that out. I don't.
I think
I mean, we
Corning
could-
Place could be,
Information, like, it's never been that formal, right?
Right. I think Corning Place could be a good place to start too. They're a contractor, so.
Do we send it to them or do we allow them, tell them that we have this information available and if they ask for it.
I mean, I think.
Sharice is ready for it.
Does this
We spoke
board-
with
Yeah,
her.
right. I knew you guys had been in
I
contact.
do, or do the board, does we have a resolution, the board wants to. I mean,
Or does it not need to be that formal?
Yeah, I guess that's the question I'm asking, you know.
Just trying to think of how other research, like if you do research on behalf, I don't know. Like they can go to you pay for it, but they can take their research and go to the Journal of Dairy Science with it, right? I mean, and
Right,
they do the research, it's their project. You paid for it, it's their project.
Okay.
It's yours to share or it's theirs to share. Right? That's how it's always gone. That's why I'm like,
I guess I think I'm trying to address maybe the sensitivity that this board,
well, let me say it.
take a position
The
on.
sensitivity of the first few drafts,
mhm,
it has lessened because we feel like at least the foundational data has been made current and.
and we certainly appreciate all of the efforts that you guys put into that, because we would not have known those specifics, I don't believe.
Yeah, but it's
So-
difficult for you and I to get.
Yeah, so we do appreciate
very
that,
much
for
appreciate
sure.
all that, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean, you're welcome to make any motion you want as the board as far as how you want to disseminate that information, but it's public information, it's paid for, they did it on behalf of you,
I don't think we need a,
I think it's better that we don't make a motion.
I would agree.
right, yeah.
Then set in a template that we might have to do that for others, and I don't think that's what we do now, so.
I mean, and we've been
Okay,
very open with the fact that we want collaboration between groups. So, I mean, yeah, I agree with Julie on that one.
and that's a great point too, how do, like normally groups just share amongst themselves, right?
Great. Sounds
There.
good.
That's good.
That,
Yeah.
did we get,
Yeah, I'm good.
okay.
I-
Any other questions on that?
I just have one statement, like, when we do research at Cornell, it's their mission to push that information out, because they have an outreach as part of their overall mission. You know, that's why they have Cornell Cooperative Extension, that type of thing. So all that research should be out in public knowledge, because they want to go to the Journal of Dairy Science. That's their job, to disseminate knowledge. Directions group, probably not. It's probably just gonna sit where, and
I
it's
think
not their job to
they're ready
disseminate
to do
it,
that.
Part of.
but maybe, I just say,
I was told that part of that was helping get it out, so I guess
Oh,
that's
okay.
something we can contact.
I wasn't
That's a
sure.
great point, so that's where I was gonna go, is back to the original.
I think they were
chart.
very willing to do
Yes,
whatever we
of what
needed
they
to.
said They were going to do. for
Right.
you,
Okay.
which-
And I think
That was-
Jason and Julie have been the main contacts, if that's,
Oh, no, I'm just talking about
Right.
like whatever, when they propose, the proposal.
Oh, great.
Outline what they're going to do, so we can go back and revisit that. Or not.
I think they're gonna be very willing to share it with whoever.
Well, I mean, it's self-promoting for them.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Elizabeth's over there.
Now, I can go back and double check, but I don't believe in their deliverables of their RFA that they submitted, that the contract is based off of. There is a line item for publication or release to other people. I will go back and reaffirm that, but I do not. Their
I think it's-
presentation is not great for deliverables. They had one line item for research and the development of a research study. I do not believe there was a line item.
So this is the real value that you bring, because you're correct, and you're right, and in one of the conversations with Daniel Cummings, she showed me that's part of it, so that was her, she doesn't
I
work there
know, which
anymore, so.
makes it a little more layered.
But if I can add, in the conversation that we had for the first draft, when we met with all of them, Mark Purdy was very receptive to the idea that they would release it, and then Daniel obviously left, and then there was, I don't remember her name, the one that presented to us at the end of your meeting. She wasn't so sure, but
Yeah.
Mark also
Mark,
agreed with
yeah.
Danielle, so we can.
I think Mark was on a call with us,
Yes.
when one of the reviews, and he said, we'll get it to whoever you want us to get to.
So, is that something for the advisory board to look at, or can you do that for us to reach out to them, directions?
we can have that conversation with them, but it would probably be.
I think-
Convenient for one of you to be on.
Right, I think they will want to know who we want it released to. I don't think this is going to be a big deal. I think it's
Right,
a
right.
push a button and
Yeah,
send it.
yeah, basically,
So-
yeah. Through their network and then,
And if not, we have a copy of it, so.
Elizabeth, can you unmute Dean, please? Or allow him to unmute himself?
I don't know, Dean hit a mute button, we could do.
Well, he says he can't raise his hand.
Happened.
Right, you can't have it be open.
No camera, can't raise the
Just,
hand.
just what are
Gotta
you
be calling
saying?
through someone's phone, though.
She just, they're.
Can you hear us, Dean?
Opening him up, but
I,
Oh.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
Can you
we
hear
all
me?
do. We don't want that to happen again.
He's unmuted, Chris?
I unmuted him.
PTSD from that.
Can you hear me?
Talk, Dean, don't mute yourself.
I didn't. Can you hear me? You can't hear me, can you?
He said, since we are paying for research, I believe it is in the best interest of all to have as much info shared and to collaborate as much as possible.
Yep.
They're working on it, Dean. Hang tight. You can't hear me. No, we can't. What's that?
You can't.
Oh, maybe the lines now.
Oh, hang on a second, Dean. Hi, Heather. How are you?
It's probably yelling louder.
You probably can't. Probably Heather's not unmuted either. Oh, I owe Heather something. Crap. I forgot all about that. Shoot.
Well,
Do I-
Does your volume,
my
does your,
computer?
maybe? Heather, Dean, test.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Dean.
hey, you got the magic touch, Casey.
Moses.
Good morning, everyone. And Jason, just what were you insinuating?
That you're divine.
All right. Did we good, Dean? I shared what you told me and you're good?
Yeah, I'm good. I mean, this is a very critical point to hash out here, because if we're paying for the research, who does own it and who has access to it and who can use it? I mean, even the Cornell stuff. If we're funding that research, does Cornell get the royalties if they license that? Do those royalties somehow come back? Or is it just out in the public marketplace that anybody can use it? How's that work?
Historically, it's been out in the public place for people to use, right?
So there are two pathways, right? A lot of what we do, most of what we do goes into the public sphere. We publish it in the Journal of Dairy Science. We put it out through our extension, right? It's just out there. Now, as Julie mentioned, there are some instances where we go through the patent process, and I think that's an important component of what's available. I am also not a patent attorney, so I'm not going to pretend to talk intelligently about it, but, I mean, it's a conversation with Cornell, right? Like, if that research is done at Cornell and there's a patent and there's licensing, that's a partnership with the Cornell licensing, right? So it's complicated, as you say, right? And I'm not going to pretend to know the ins and outs of how that's working, but it is a relationship. But that being said, that's the minority. We're not doing a lot of patents. Most of what we're doing is just going into the public space for.
Under the charge of, it's going to utilize more milk and create better products and, right? I mean, that's the whole
Sure,
research
precisely.
charge, yeah.
Well, I guess one specific question, and not picking on Cy at all. I think he is handling the pub, right? I think,
The what?
The puff.
the pub.
Oh,
I'm not sure if it's the product or the specific process,
Okay,
right?
so I mean, I think.
that, I would agree with you on that one. From the conversations that I remember him having, it
Well,
was
you've
more
got a
of
long
the,
memory of a lot of conversations about that.
10 years of them. But if I remember correctly, when we even first started that puff thing, Kim, it was more about the process
And then.
than it was the
I have
actual.
no problem with the patent. What I'm curious to is if this proves out and it gleans, and I'm not picking on this at all. I mean, and it's millions of dollars coming to Cornell through the patent. How much of that the dairy farmers get to use in promotion to offset some of the dollars that we?
That they provided to,
Does it all go to Cornell or does it come back somehow into this promotional board and we get to use it or use it for the research?
Because we were
Because,
part
I
of
mean,
that
that-
seed money.
but
That's that, I think that's granular, that's breakdown of why we're asking.
in the big picture, if they patent something that utilizes more milk,
It's all good.
it's all good, right? I mean,
Yes.
unfortunately, we as dairy farmers don't get the pat on the back that, hey, you guys help support this
We don't
or
need a
start
pat.
this.
We don't need a pat, but to
Look at-
keep
yeah.
it sustainable.
Right, okay,
And
yeah,
I'm okay,
Great,
if the
yeah.
return is, it use a lot more milk, I'm okay with that. I think,
Right.
but there's those questions that they ask, well,
Even just a portion of those
Yeah.
dollars to come back though, to keep reinvesting, that's the interest. I
great
think,
point.
To have it not just be on the backs of all the cows, right?
Right, if the patent produces and they get
DMI
$1
would,
million, can
there wasn't a reason.
a couple $100,000 to start something else.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess as dairy farmers, I think we're looking to perhaps use some royalties to pump it back into
Reinvest.
reinvest.
Well, yeah, we do that, as dairy farmers, we can reinvest every day, so it would be nice.
That is part of the discussion with USDA also. If
Yes.
that's to happen, how does that happen? Because that's different than just straight up check off dollars, right? Like the 10 cents staying in the state, now that's a different revenue fund. Like, is that still in those fiduciary funds that come from the check off dollars? Or is that a separate pot? I mean, I have a ton of questions on that. But again, like,
We're muddying the water.
But at the same time, if Cornell was getting, we'll just use that as an example, if Cornell was getting a bunch coming back from this patent, shouldn't our 28 or 15% we pay them be able to one offset the other a little bit? I mean, when I started on the board, it was less than 10%. And some of them are 28%. That's a lot of our funds that just goes to Cornell.
Yeah.
And it used to be that 10% was for Cornell and for the labor. But now most of our contracts are 18% plus the labor, which is fine, but
True.
So it's 18% is our overhead, so that
Yeah.
pays for our electricity, for our custodial staff, for our roads at Cornell, really like all of the other
Interest-
stuff,
interest,
right?
interest.
And then, yeah, our salary and wages for the people doing the work is on top of that, but I think that's always been the case, that's for as long as I've been involved in, that's been, so. But so our overhead is called out separately as a proportion of the total, as opposed to, I don't know how like the other organizations do it, but, as part of it.
Okay.
I do think Cornell needs to be a part of that, that larger conversation though, right? Because they're obviously gonna have some of their.
and I
own
think they've already
opinions.
had that conversation with DMI.
I would assume they've had the conversation with
Yeah.
DMI, and so as the state kind of investigates, how does that all work? Make sure that we don't overlook.
oh yeah, because I mean,
Isn't Sam down in Washington
and
now,
that's the
working
thing.
with Washington, or is that
He's at IDFA now.
IDFA? I'm sorry, got
Who
it.
is?
Sam,
About famous IDFA. He's on a leave of absence. from
Right.
So the intention is that he
He's coming back.
is coming back.
But he might be, he might be, because he's part of that, isn't he part of that research that they're doing with Cornell, or was?
He may have had a small part. Ali is the one who.
Oh,
is the
Ali
lead
is.
person.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, thank you for that information.
The speaker is at one.
Hey, better than nothing.
Anything else, Elizabeth, Chris, Casey, before we move
The other
on?
one about the request is that a separate agenda item? Just about the process of if an entity wants to have DPO presence.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, that's what I thought you were opening with when you started.
Jeez, I kind of, woo, that went way out.
Yeah. When you hit the patent thing, I was like, oh, okay.
We're digging in.
Yep, so the request, if an entity or a contractor wants to have one of you at a meeting, right? We went through this like general before where it was, you couldn't, it was a conflict. And when Larry asked me about it, I said, you know what, I think we're not asking the right question. It is, if an entity wants to have a DPO member attend, it's not that the contractor is carving out the red carpet for a DPO member. A DPO member should be able to attend on behalf of the DPO. And the way to do that is that the contractor submits a request to the agency. And then all of you would debate that request and decide whether or not to send somebody, decide who's going to represent the board officially, and then you would travel on the DPO funds under the same rules and guidelines as you do for, tax exempt, the whole deal. You're not being taken care of by the contractor. I can't do that as a public officer. So then that gives that degree of separation to allow someone to attend on behalf of the DPO as a DPO representative. But it would have to be debated, a motion made to attend, voted on, like in the official meeting minutes.
Okay, so does everybody understand where I kind of came with this, or we all came with this, I think, is like, okay, Dane has their annual meeting, Building and Dairy Board has their annual meeting, none of us are attending. Personally, I think that stinks.
Right, it's good information.
It's great information. When we went to, and this all came up when we went to the museum. I mean, I thought that was wonderful. Just like all of our trips have been wonderful. But my question to the Ag and Markets is, if a Dane submits a request that we'd like somebody from DPO board to be at our annual meeting, does it have to be at a public meeting that is voted on, or can that be done through an email chain? I mean, none of us are.
That's a good question.
I'm gonna say, none of us are gonna be upset if somebody asks one of us to go, and there's probably not a lot of discussion that needs to be had.
No, but I think it needs to be done in a public forum and registered that way, and then the board decides who's going to attend.
So it just has to be done way ahead of time.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's.
So we'll have to know.
That goes back to the calendar of events that you asked for. And that's when I said, oh, if the calendar of events is in place, then if they ask for representation there, then we get that done.
Do we have to decide which person goes, or we just say we are sending one person from the board?
Right, that would be.
Because we all have flexible schedules and maybe Larry can go or someone else can go.
Oh, yeah.
Because
But
if
what
so,
we don't
like you say,
want
we're sending one person from the board, they'll be chosen at a later time depending on their schedules.
Right, but we don't, what we have to be
Okay.
sensitive to is everyone's calling Julie for Julie to go. Right, like that's not.
It has to be submitted to Ag and Markets, doesn't it? They can't send a request to me
Correctly.
and say, hey, or maybe they can send a request to Julie and I as chair people and say, hey, we would like somebody from the board to go, and then we open it up, or does it need to come to Ag and Markets and a Dane? I'm just using a Dane, for example.
The
John
cleanest
sends
way
you
to
an
do that would be
email.
for the contractors to go to the agency. And then the agency would then say, hey, we have this request for DPO board member representation. That's the cleanest way to do it. Trust me, this is extra work, but that's what we do.
Right. No, I realize that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's not like a command and control.
I think it's an
That's the
important
cleanest way to do it.
vehicle to have a way to do this though, because I do think it has stopped us from going to things, and that's not helping our education of what's going
So I
on.
don't know if you all know where this all came from, but John Christman sent me an email about 10 days before they went to New York City. And he's like, hey, we'd love to, they were taking some farmers. I don't know what the whole deal was.
But I'm glad you brought that up. So when you hear they're taking some farmers, The
Right.
handbook talks
Right.
about the lottery system of 3,000 dairy farms and, oh, look, Larry got picked, like,
Right.
right,
Right.
sorry.
Right,
So this is a way to do that officially by the request coming to us from the contractor. You publicly debating, are you going to go to this event? If so, then who? And then you have in the official minutes, in the approval.
and I think it's okay that they have to ask us ahead of time. I
Oh,
mean,
I agree.
10 days is not very much time.
I was like, John, really?
Right.
Ah, man, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking,
The
this is
contractor,
fantastic.
no,
No, but-
let's, you know, get,
And, yeah, but that's why we wanted to first have the conversation here, make sure everybody thought that was a workable thing, and then we've got a draft of how that.
it's workable if they ask in ahead, right?
Can it be through a WebEx meeting?
Yeah, I don't think you can do any official, no,
I know, that's rough.
You gotta advertise it, it's gotta be out,
yeah, it's public meeting
public
stuff.
media. So, yeah. So when a 10-day request comes up, it's.
I realize, yeah,
we
no,
can't-
I'm just saying
so
that,
We're going to have a quorum of this board to do it officially, but we can't do it officially because we can't advertise it out.
so basically, short notice events.
Hard to do it.
And I guess this also goes with Eileen,
The
so,
horse, like, we can have the conversation with Chris Cuddybeck about what that looks like. Whether or not we can have a separate conversation about that. Like, to
What
what
do you mean?
extent to your question about whether it's an email ballot or whatever, just for representation, it's
Oh.
not.
I think that'd be a good question to get answered.
And that's different to me. Representation is different than taking the actual check off dollars and, you know, deliberating under the public meeting. We just gotta stay within the confines of that. I didn't create that. We didn't create that. We have to live by that.
So I have a question for clarification. So
God,
this is basically if we are asked to attend something versus we show up at our local day meeting, we show up at National Milk, we show up at the birthing center, we show up at whatever, whatever. This is germane to just us being asked to attend.
This is, the caveat, Dean, I think probably the best way I could explain this without going too many more times is that it is a request of an official DPO member. You are a US citizen, you are a dairy producer, you have those rights as a human being and taxpayer and everything else to go to events. And I think that's what you were speaking to, that this is more a request by a contractor for someone to attend and how we're going to manage that. Because
Got it.
before, it was straight up, Dean couldn't go to a NIAC event because Eileen called up Dean and said, Dean, I want you to sit at the head table for our dinner and I'm gonna give you an extra shrimp cocktail.
Ooh.
actually, she's gonna give you a cheeseburger, Dean, because that's all you.
That would go farther.
That's a really double joke.
I do like shrimp.
Does that answer your question, Dean?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
And, but I still,
NIAC.
but Casey, yeah, I think if we could get some clarification on how to, because we're going to get these requests. Obviously, they're already out there.
Well,
And if we have to have an official meeting every single time, it's not going to work.
Well, as a, like Casey said, as a dairy farmer, going to your local Dane meeting or going to, or going to visit Eileen's, mobile dairy unit and stuff like that, we're free to do that. We're free to go to
Yeah,
the
I
museum.
understand that,
We're
Larry,
free
but
to go
I'm talking
anywhere.
about, let's take your example specifically where you were asked to, attend a thing in New York City or whatever.
I was gonna send you.
so previously that would have been a straight up no.
Yes.
And that's what it was, Dean. It was a no because you
No.
can't, they were gonna cover hotel rooms. You can't do any of that.
Yeah, I understand that. Yes. Okay.
So this was a separation of being an official representative of the dairy promotion order under the travel guidelines of New York State and under public officers law, but how we would separate. the example I gave to Larry when he asked, me, I'm the regulator, right? So I'm a policymaker, so I have strict requirements I have to follow. But if I get a request from the New York State Cheesemakers Association to be a representative of Ag and Markets at that meeting, I have to go through the ethics form. I have to follow and only travel on Ag and Markets dime, right? I'm traveling on the agency's dollars, not Cheesemakers. So it's that same, that was when we had the aha moment of, oh my gosh, there should be a route for an official dairy promotion order representative to attend a meeting if a contractor so wanted that representation there.
We can't fill out an ethics form,
Oh, yeah, no, you would still have to do that even.
but we still have to go through the whole approval process before we can do an ethics form.
Because of the funding. What if we paid for it out of our pocket? Does it matter?
I still think you're gonna have the ethics
Okay.
issue with that, and then I don't think that's as clean as
I know. I just thought I'd ask while we're asking questions.
I don't think.
No, I think
like
that
that.
if we were there
I like
in an official DPO capacity, that it would be something that would be sanctioned by you and paid for by the state.
I'm
That
gonna
is
use,
true, that is true, and when you say officially sanctioned, how does this board officially do its business? Via a meeting,
Right.
a public meeting, and it's captured in the minutes, and there's the
Oh.
approval to do so.
And there's-
Now, I do think we're beating it up a little bit, because, I mean,
Right.
we have had one example, and I've been doing this as long as Sai's been trying to make puffs.
so kind of to wrap this up then. It sounds like if we put out a formal notice to our contractors,
Which they,
that if they would like to request the
And
president's,
that's what this is about, thank you.
what?
Yes,
Us
that next
creating a
step.
pathway for the contractors to make an ask.
yes,
So we need to provide that sooner than later, because I think a lot of annual meetings are in the fall. Correct? I mean, is that something that we could get out there? That if they requested one of us or a DPO board member to
Yeah, you
attend,
got a
annual-
meeting coming up in
we,
July.
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
If we
alright.
could get something out,
I would
that
agree. We have
Prior
a approval in the next.
that way we can get that taken care of.
Simple, I mean, every contractor knows, they got cognizant that it's gotta get out and the request can only be debated when we have a meeting together, so.
Right.
I think even getting the information on the national meetings have been very delayed. And even if we wanted to go, everybody's like, oh, I got this, I got that, you know, so the more time any of us have to look at our calendars is gonna be helpful anyways, so.
The
I think
national
it's-
meeting comment is on their end, they haven't got it out. as
It
early
seems
as-
like,
It's out there. They announce it 2 years in advance.
That's no-
right,
Yeah,
but
it's-
Keep it up.
I feel like a couple times
But
you were,
here, for us to
right.
get it, it's late.
that's what I guess I'm saying, because I know that you try to go, but whatever. I just think it's a good idea. So,
And that was, and thank you for that, because that was the other example when we were having that initial conversation, Larry, was, oh my gosh, we kind of already do that for the national meeting.
Right,
It's decided publicly who's going to go. And you.
and funded and, right, correct.
Yeah.
So, all good there? I have one more small thing, promise, I think. And I don't, is John or anybody from a Dane on? Okay, so I was at the DFA annual meeting. And I got asked, I'm gonna say it politely that way, that we were the ones that decided about the, I gotta remember how this was put. The dress code, and we put the entire dairy ambassador program, or not maybe the entire, but we had a large part in deciding what the dairy ambassador program was going to look like. And I got pretty hot
Can't imagine.
I was really upset about that, and she said something to me, and I said, I said, the only thing that the Dairy Promotion Order Board did was put the request in that it was a gender neutral program. That is the only thing, and I think I'm right.
I know you're right.
I pulled.
And that's
sent you
the
minutes.
only thing that we did. And I am getting very upset that the Adane board members are still feeling that we were responsible for the entire Dairy Ambassador program.
Being re.
So I don't know how we stop that, because I may lose my cool at one of these times, and I probably won't be your chairperson of the DPO board anymore, but I'd like other people's input if they still hear some of this here and there. Because maybe it's just they're coming at me.
Wasn't there an email like that came from a parent of a young man that initiated this
Yes.
entire discussion? Am I remembering that correctly?
You're correct.
And that's why we had the discussion, and I don't think we said you have to do it. It was a recommendation, if I remember correctly,
Just
or a request to consider gender, yeah, inclusive.
Correct. Very good point. Yes, Carl.
Inclusive.
Right.
Said nothing about dress code, and I can say I stood up when I heard the new dress code and totally disagreed with it, because I think they look like Target employees out there. And can't,
Never had anything to do with that, so,
can't
right.
use the color. These tight legged things they're wearing are ridiculous. But that's a whole nother story.
We never said get rid of the
My-
crowns,
I know.
never said any of that.
Because
Okay, thank you.
wear dresses and guys can wear suits. We didn't say you gotta dress the same. We said you have to be included, and I think there's formal wear and business attire and whatever. But this dress code has been thrown totally out. That's a whole other discussion.
So you've heard that too then?
Dress
Okay.
code, yes.
Okay.
Dress code come.
It comes from a day.
Okay, I mean, my assumption is that Adane and their board or whoever put their,
Their committee that
yeah, thank you.
Dairy Princess, the Dairy Ambassador, made these new parameters.
No, we don't know how it was spun to them. Right.
Correct.
I can understand the frustration. Because
That's a good,
There's notes from their meetings.
But I think too, to the letter that came in, and then I think we also pointed to our goals about, one of our goals was more inclusion and diversity, that we looked at the goals and it aligned with the goals of the DPO board.
But
Correct.
the dress code is not alignment with, just
We didn't do
including is
that.
all we
That's
need.
not a.
right,
Nope.
that was, okay,
Never wanted to be in charge of that.
correct.
That was never the,
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, okay. Good?
And we pulled up the minutes and I
Yes.
think so.
Oh, it's probably been what, 4, 5 years?
Really, I remember having a discussion too. We were concerned on the legal side also.
yeah,
If somebody, this young man, for example, can't participate,
Right,
he could come at the board and say, why is this not,
right,
available to me? And that was part of the discussion as well.
right.
But
Right,
no, we never told them how to
no,
do it.
right. Thank you, Carl. Yeah, we never told them, all we did was, like you said, be inclusive.
Right. And however you do that is
Right.
up to you.
And if counties don't want to do it, that's their choice. If counties want to do it, that's their choice. I mean, I think that's,
Yeah.
I just was, after the 4 or 5 years that it's been, it just kind of hit the wrong button when I was there in April.
well, hopefully within that contractors group, they can get that straightened out.
Yes. Thank you. All right,
Hope.
way over time. Sorry, Elizabeth.
We need to report that feedback back to Adane that.
Well, Joanne's on. so-
I bet they're hearing it.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Joanne, do you want to share anything?
Am I on? or
You
muted?
are.
Actually, Cindy is on, and I think this is Cindy's program area.
Okay,
So if you could unmute Cindy?
yep, Cindy's unmuted.
Okay, I am here. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is very interesting discussion. As you know, since this change was made, at your recommendation, that's when we acted to make this change. And I believe it was 2021, if I remember right. And, so many decisions and, just so many opinions and so many attitudes across the board from just people who had been involved in the program before, people who had not been involved in the program before. Some people were very welcoming of changes across the board, including young men as well as young women. Some didn't want anything to change from the way it had been done for decades. So that's kind of what we tried to manage. And overall, we tried to look at what could we do for a youth development program that promotes dairy and supports, up and coming dairy advocates and potentially, people who will be involved in the dairy industry in one way or another in the future. And that's how we've come to develop the program as we have. It really, if you, I know it's too late to invite you to this, but our training seminar that's coming up here the end of the month, I think we've got a really excellent program for those who are going to be participating in that. Giving them, just tremendous skills and valuable things that are going to help them in promoting dairy and just in other, life skills and things that can be assets to them, as they move into a career. But aside from that, we had, like I said, so many different opinions voiced, as you would expect sometimes, the squeaky wheel, comes back again and again. What we tried to do was initially, someone mentioned that the Target uniforms or something was said, make something that would be consistent. That was probably done away with 3 years ago. And what the county committees were asked to do was make their own decision at the county level if they want to call their dairy advocates dairy princesses or dairy ambassadors, if they want to wear crowns or not wear crowns. That was their decision. But if they're going to be part of the state program, have contestants that compete for the role of New York State Dairy Ambassador, that program will not include the term princess. It will not include wearing crowns. What the dairy ambassadors have done the last few years at the state level, we get them a nice blazer. This year, there are 3 young ladies. They have red blazers. Last year, we had a young man as a state dairy ambassador, and he wore, in most cases, well, the blue blazer, but then he took to wearing a cow spotted blazer, which was his choice. So it was a professional blazer, but he really used that to his advantage, when he was in the spotlight to deliver really positive things about dairy. So, we are always open to input and suggestions to make the program better. But what I don't think we can do is go back to the way it once was, because it's not the way it once was. And, just looking at the way all of the other programming that we do, it continues to improve and evolve just across the board with, meeting consumers today so that we can help them understand why dairy should be part of their lives. And, in the end, what we're here to do is sell more dairy and help consumers understand and appreciate dairy farmers and dairy foods, build the trust in dairy and then the sale in dairy. And this young dairy advocacy program is part of that.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. Go ahead, Julie.
Yeah, I don't think anybody disagrees with that, and I think you're doing good work. I think the point that Larry was trying to make was DPO doesn't want to be involved in those decisions. We just asked for inclusivity at that state level. And if the board at Adane is being led differently with those thoughts, we'd ask that to be corrected.
I really can't answer a question about that. Our board approved these changes.
I'm not asking you to change the, what you're doing. It's just, there's still people that think that it was brought down from DPO board, and that is not correct.
Mhm. Okay, and I will make sure I share that with John and with Audrey both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, now that we're 30 minutes behind schedule,
It was good discussion.
it was great discussion.
Yeah.
We needed that, and that was things that have come up over the past several months that I know all of us have visited back and forth and appreciate that, and it's important. So now we're gonna turn it over to Chris, I believe.
Oh. Oh, Lordy.
My glasses are not even gonna help me with this.
We might have to return.
Give me 1 minute, I think I can just pull up the spreadsheet itself.
I know you guys are doing a good
Yeah.
job. I know this isn't easy, the formatting of everything.
Still have to share.
Can I take a good, quick bathroom break while we're waiting on this?
Oh,
How is it?
Wait, later.
Must be ready for more, aren't you?
No.
No, it's not Byron.
Five. Five.
Yeah, I have my third and fourth.
oh, that's right.
I did, yeah. But you know what, I just put it out because my turns are like that easier to chill.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
perfect. Thank you.
Oh, that's way better. Yeah. That works.
Yeah, it's kind of entertaining. Girl twin is, we call it my child.
How old is it? So years ago.
Yeah, I will say this is better than like living up to a year. That was not fun.
The logistics of that.
What we're looking at here is projected reduction.
Are you ready? Okay, I'm sorry. Oh,
I mean, if you want to wait for her, I just wanted to let everybody know that this is our spreadsheet where we go through and kind of do a little projections of where the numbers are gonna be, and it's based on what the.
somebody's not muted, please.
It would be teams.
Oh, okay.
So, and it's, you know, when we're projecting this, it's based on like the average of the 4 prior years, plus just a little bit, and I think it's 10%, I'm not sure. I think this was developed before I came along, so I messed with something like this.
Yeah,
So this
it's a
is,
pretty good guesstimate.
averages the past few years, there are some pretty big expansions ramped up. You're not taking that into account at all?
So there are expansions coming in, but we don't know.
Right.
And if it's gonna be for forced milk, state milk, and I'm not comfortable with making assumptions on that without having.
I didn't think so. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I don't think the NAS data has ever included like farms coming online.
Right,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, because this comes specifically from NAS. So,
Still need to find the feed.
and it's based on the, you know, every month they come out with a data on what production is here in New York. And that's what this is, that's what this is. So we make the assumption that there is going to be some increases year over year, but we also take into account what's happened in the few prior years.
Understood.
And I think it's more over efficiency of production versus farms.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't know if anybody that has a projection of expansion.
I didn't think I think the department would at all.
Oh, no, I'm still thinking about your question. That's very interesting because there's the wall that a lot of people would love to be able to do that.
Yeah, but the reality
So
is
many.
we're short buffers, so even if cows come online, they're coming from other different farms, so it's not like.
Right.
There's gonna be millions of extra cows in your state in 2 years.
Right, correct.
It's probably fair to keep.
I would agree.
And then there's that.
Then there's, look at 27 as really, I mean, look at what's 26 and then look at 27. I mean,
Right, I wouldn't want to, you know, get ahead of ourselves.
I'm agreeing with you on that.
Because I'd rather play a little on the conservative side versus doing something else and then, you know, because if we don't crazy, and then I'd have to turn around and tell the contractor, sorry, we have to pull back money because we're just not getting it. And I don't want to do that to anybody.
Right.
Need to be concerned. Yep.
So, this year, our budget was 5. We are projected at this point to end the year with 16,317. Whether that's gonna be it or not at the end of the year, you know, I would say it's probably pretty close. But we still have been working with a little bit of surplus. So that I'm good with the numbers. Next year, we're projected to have 16,543. So for me, if we keep the same budget for next year as we had for this year, I'm comfortable with that because right now we're projected to have almost $200,000 left. And
It's gonna get us, yeah. But that will get us where we are at for 16.5.
So just clarify though,
Pretty
the
close, I would
16.5
includes admin.
includes admin, which, how much of a raise do you guys get?
We're not increasing that.
150.
And I will tell you right now, we don't use it all. So whatever we don't use comes in.
Hey, Dean, can you mute yourself, please?
So we're comfortable with keeping it at this because we know there'd be a little bit left. Because I know that our admin is not going to hit 150.
Okay,
So even though right now we are estimated to about 200,000 left after all of the contracts are spent. I mean, we'll still have a little bit left at the end of this year because, you know, there's a certain ones, like I know that Cornell, some of the research ends up carrying over. So some of that won't be spent this year. But it'll still be counted.
so in essence, 16,350,
Of 16,350 for contracts, 150 for.
which I think is in the light of what, like Sarah says, I mean, there's
There's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world right now too, so let's
Yeah.
not get ourselves out there to get our.
And still black calves are not worth $1,300.
No kidding.
It's not great to be an extra effort.
Right,
We're years away from having a surplus of this dairy. And
Actually reached out to try to find out where that threshold was.
I thought we'd crossed it.
And
We're
about
not.
$4,000 of those folks that were in the economic world, not Elizabeth. I reached out and got through 3 different people of, oh my gosh, that's a great question. And then finally someone took the time to do it and said, they think that's around $4,000, but then somebody's got to have the ability to raise that dairy replacement animal versus easiness of that crossbred beaver.
days later.
Throw me a
Exactly.
check. So it's really interesting dynamics. It really is.
Well, 500 pounders, black 500 pounders are $5 a pound right now
Even
in the Midwest.
end of lactation dairy cull animals are bringing some crazy money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so I think that's all good conversation, but probably good where we're at. I would agree with you, is that,
I make a motion, we set the budget at 16,350,000.
plus 100.
no, so 16.5 is everything.
Yes.
$65.
Yep, correct, yes. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that the 16.5 included the admin. So Jason's made a motion,
I'll second.
second. Any questions, concerns, thoughts? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
Still pretty good. That long ago, we were talking about 15 million.
I know, that's what I was thinking too, so, and
All
it'd
right.
be interesting to see.
now we're on to Elizabeth, I must
like,
think.
So,
So real interest.
Yeah, Yeah, so just the RFA release date, still planning for that July 1st. The official due date will come out with the RFA, we're still in house, but still shooting for that process.
Do we have our September meeting set?
Not, that was on one of my line items, so just, we are not gonna be able to push that back to October this year. So we'll have to be in September.
Oh, on that note, I did get a few phone calls with delayed payments.
Yes, there has been some delays with ESD.
I got one phone call
So,
and that afternoon they called me back and said they got their money. I was like,
Well, you're bad.
I was like, God, I wish I could take credit for that, but you know.
I hadn't even had time.
I was like, pretty cool.
if anybody has any issues, to reach out to either myself or Elizabeth, and we will get in touch with ESD and light a fire under them.
And to be honest with you, that
Consistent.
the other phone call, it was like the next morning I got an email and said that they'd got, I'm like, I didn't do anything, but I appreciate it.
I am keeping on top of that because I get the bank statements every month and I look and see what payments have been made. And if I see something is missing, I am out there, I am on email.
But it was like May. I was right? A couple of them didn't get their first payment until May.
None is in May, but the other payments are May. So I guess I can give you guys an update. It'll take less than 5 minutes on our new contractor, Free Farmers That Care. Is that who you're referring to or are you referring to?
No,
Okay.
New England called me and a Dane called me.
Well, Three Farmers did not get their first payment until I think June 1st. Now, the difference between Three Farmers and for a contract background, if it's under $50,000, it's not considered a contract, it's considered a purchase order. And ESD, it took a very, very long time out how to do it. They went through the contract process first, and then they came back and said, oh, it's a purchase order, so we have to restart the process. So we did not receive a first quarter cap from them because they were very hesitant to spend money that they didn't know when it was coming. So they have been paid their first 2 quarters, but the main
All right,
payments
got it.
are delayed.
But we knew that with Three Farmers, we'd had that discussion.
Knew that was gonna.
It was gonna take, it was a learning curve for everybody on that, right? I mean,
Thank you for that.
They have been very, very good at sending in their expenses every.
Good,
So that has been,
nice.
so they are doing well on that end, but I think April, middle of April was the first, most of the payments got paid. Because all the contractors were phenomenal about getting paperwork in, so that was amazing. ESD then came back and said, no, we need this form on top of it. So then, in turn, we go back to the contractors, they have to figure out how to file a new form that they've never done before, and then send it back to us.
Which was a little bit different this year.
So,
As with every year, it seems with ESD, it turns out that, oh, here's a form now that these contractors need to fill out that's never been filled out before because there's somebody new in that division. So it seems that it's happening almost every year now.
The turnover. Yeah.
Yeah, they've had a lot of turnover too at ESD. So, and I think that might be some of the issues with the May payments. They had other things going on, so. But I know as a.
Turnover in the contractual end of things, a higher level, the oversight of those, the person that we have. that
She's
replaced-
phenomenal.
yeah.
What's her name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie. Allison Stark did it before. Allison moved up into kind of doing ESD work on like bringing milk plants to New York, things like that. She still has a hand in there, but Stephanie is great. So from that standpoint, we've had almost our longest continuity there at the higher level because there's a call every, what is it? Tuesday, Thursday?
We have a call in the first Monday of every month with ESD and go over any contracts that are outstanding, any other issues we've been having, not just with dairy promotion, but with all the other promotion orders that the state deals with ESD. So we do have monthly meetings with them, mostly on the contractual side of it. But Stephanie attends those, so we're able to ask her any other questions we have. So if we have an issue with a payment or an issue with something, anything else, we always refer to Stephanie, and she is, if she doesn't know the answer offhand, she's really good at finding out what the answer is and getting back to us. And on that, you know, with that, she doesn't have control, and when the payments go out, she does her part, she sends it on to the next person. She can tell us what stage it's at, but she doesn't necessarily have control over when the payments are actually made. So
But sure is an advocate on our
she's a good
behalf.
advocate for us and is able.
So
to-
are we, is ESD continuing with the payment program, or is that going to go away?
As of right now,
As of right now, it's still
ESD, yeah,
even,
this year's budget.
even to 2026?
For the contracts for 2026, yes, because the.
I thought we were moving away from that.
The MOU with them is currently through the June of 2026. The agreement with ESD is currently through June of 26. We do not know at this point what's happening beyond June of 2026. We've been asking,
So if it's through June of 26, stupid
the
question.
2026 contracts will definitely go through ESD.
But if the MOU stops June of 26, how are people gonna get paid beyond that?
If it stops at that point, everything will come back to us, but that's something we have to go through with ESD to figure out how those contracts are going to go through the end of the.
Much faster. Okay, just,
We don't know yet how that works, but if everything comes back in-house to our agency.
I'll say it this way, Larry, we will continue to advocate for the most streamlined process we can
Yes.
find.
oh, I realize that.
And believe me, I'm trying to figure this stuff out and make sure if this does happen, we know what's going to be done before that time. Before June, you know, if we end.
Well, my hope would be is that we'll know like January of 26 if that's gonna happen or not, because no offense, I mean, they could say, well, hell, we're all done in June. Why are we gotta do all this work? But
Yeah.
I'm sure they won't, but I'm just saying that.
Yeah, we wouldn't let that happen.
But I think, Larry, I think it's nice that you take everybody's phone calls, but I think you can comfortably say, give, you know, Elizabeth or Chris a call if,
Oh, yeah,
you know.
I don't mind.
You have a lot
Yeah.
going on too, so.
Usually it's a text or a quick phone call, and actually, some of them, it's kind of nice to catch up with people and see how things are going too,
That's
so.
good, but we appreciate.
Yeah, no,
you
it's,
Doing the.
it's not, it's, yeah,
I appreciate that.
and it was March, I'm sorry, it was March.
I know.
Road and find out some
I know it. It
Well, and I think,
got more complicated, so, yeah.
be proactive with this. And not-
Right.
and it goes back to what, 5 or 6 years ago, when it was like June before some people got paid, and it was,
I think that
I
would
think,
switch started,
That's what
right?
started.
Yeah,
yeah, I think Dane was like on the hook, they're like, hey, you know, we're gonna have to go borrow money, or
right.
Yeah.
No, I remember.
somebody, it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm glad that we had several discussions in regards to that, and I remember a phone call that I was sitting at the fairgrounds at a meeting or something, and I had you and Jennifer on the phone, I believe, and had nice lengthy discussions.
There's been a number of those. We continue to advocate for a very streamlined process.
So, all right, do you want to take a quick break?
I need a little one.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. And then we'll go into. Do we want to do our branding? Go on.
Thank you for printing these out.
As large as I could. but-
Hey, it's better than trying to see it up there, so I
So
think,
you have branding discussion as our first. Do
oh,
you want to do that first, or do you?
Oh.
That's fine.
Yeah, then we can. go into the goals.
I think that's good.
Perfect. No, that's great.
What the goals are.
So follow up on this branding, because we've got a couple different things floating out there, correct? I love New York Dairy. What was the other one, Jason? Dairy for Good.
Near dairy itself.
Fill me in, keep going. I'm listening. I'm waiting for you.
I don't have, you guys are the ones that started that conversation, not it.
I know we did, but I want to make sure that we're on the right page here. So I love New York. Oh, wait a minute.
New York Dairy.
Just, I am New York Dairy, or is it New York Dairy?
I think it's just New York Dairy.
Okay, but, all right, I'm gonna stop and back up. We have one more discussion area to go over. I'm apologizing here because this came up. And Alicia can fill us in. Please.
Oh,
So New York Dairy is promoting Ohio Dairy apparently, again. And I came across it, last week at some point.
Jonathan came across that.
Happy, and then my husband came across it 2 days later and exploded on it about. So what is New York Dairy? Why are my checkoff dollars going to promote Ohio, a farm in Ohio, which is 15 minutes from our farm in Ohio, you know? So why is this happening? And it's happened before. We've had this discussion before, and whether it's not being taken seriously or the comprehension of why we should be focusing on New York as our state and not just promoting dairy in general. I don't understand the logic, I guess.
were they sharing material?
They're just copying and pasting, sharing material. And I know.
I'm not saying that's okay. I'm just wondering what the context.
I'm assuming that's what it is. And I know there was something saying, well, it's dairy, so it's promoting dairy. Well, that's fine, but my guess is that as the media company doing that, if we were to say, well, your competitor, company X, well, let's just promote them, you're a media company, they would not take too well to that. You don't see McDonald's promoting Burger King. You don't see Target promoting Walmart. Like, why is it okay for?
You guys want to see the post that she's given?
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful farm and it's great, but it's Ohio.
Do people know it's Ohio, I guess?
They did.
Okay.
So that I have to log in to see the actual post, but it's this one. It's MVP's Rotary, and then they do give credit to MVP. So you can't click on the post.
And I think there's rotaries in New York they could use, so that's also
There's a lot of rotaries. There's a lot of construction going on in New York.
But these.
So who is doing it?
They just like.
Who is putting it out there?
New
Who's
York.
putting it out there? Is Burt Media putting it out there? Is,
New York Dairy.
So New York Dairy is.
So is anybody on from Burt on the call? Just, I'd love to hear their take on it because you have brought this up before. And that's fair, I would say.
hi, young lady, how are you?
How are you? Happy.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And maybe part of my frustration is that
Jacob's listed.
Jacob's there.
okay, we have farms, in different states and
You unmute him?
heck of a lot more
Jacob.
difficult to farm in New York.
It's all you, Jacob.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hey, sorry, I'm just jumping in for the branding discussion, so I'm not 100% sure on which post is being discussed, but some of our sharing of content from individuals based from other states is to kind of showcase and spotlight other dairy content creators. By no means are we saying it is a New York based piece of content. It's sort of some of the networking function as the brand. So I'd be happy to take a look at the post more specifically, but some of this is just sort of the larger dairy community that we're interacting with.
Okay, and I appreciate that, but if you want to work with the larger dairy community, then work with DMI. They're the larger dairy community. We are New York dairy farmers.
And I would say 85 to 90% of our content is New York focused and has been for the last, 2 years since we've got that initial feedback. Some of the content we're sharing talks about specific aspects of dairy farming that we have not been able to get from New York-based creators. So whether that's the way a certain piece of machinery works, the way that cows are milked, some of those pieces we haven't been able to source locally. So when we want to share a piece of information that we think would be interesting to our audience, we've looked outside of the state for that. So some of that has just been us trying to hit certain, like, I guess, communication buckets. But yet to your point, those are not coming from New York State based individuals in some cases.
Jacob, I'm going to chime in here and say that I find it very, very, very hard that there are certain aspects of the dairy industry that you cannot find in New York State.
It's not that, yeah, agreed.
The Rotary Parlor, I haven't seen the post, but if it's of a Rotary Parlor, if there isn't 15 Rotary Parlors in New York State, there isn't one.
No, 100% agree.
And I think that we as a board would appreciate maybe a little more effort in making sure that your posts are New York dairy based, not 85 to 90%, 98 to 99% of your posts need to be New York based.
Understood. One question I would ask is, we're not interested at all in terms of getting visibility to New York dairy from outside of the state. Is that what I'm hearing? Because interacting with these other creators and people from other states is bringing audience and bringing eyeballs to our account. You know, these pieces of content are performing well. The creators are happy to work with us. Are we not interested in building the brand outside of the geographic region of New York State?
So you can't build our brand outside the state without using their content?
No, to your point, we can, but in terms of finding ways for us to be able to have better organic content performance, and sort of, what would I say, have a higher chance of performance, working with people who are in the dairy world outside of the state is sort of a shortcut to getting eyeballs and visibility and content performance from a different audience set than just, you know, we do a ton with our local audience. And I think, you know, we showed how many collabs we did last year with New York organizations. It was hundreds of collaborations. By no means are these other content sources a, you know, majority part of our strategy, but to me, it feels like a worthwhile thing if X% of our activity is going towards bringing eyeballs to our account, building our following from places that are outside of the state. And if that's misguided, then I apologize. But, you know, to me, that feels like a win if we're building advocates across the country that are part of our following base.
So I think, Jacob Casey here, so help me break this down a little bit. So I think what you're saying is that if you are collaborating with another entity, they may then grab New York Dairy and put it into their viewership. Is that what you're saying?
Their followers would then follow us. And we've seen that happen. Like, you know, if we find someone in California who's a great content creator with a dairy operation of their own, whether that's a creamery, a farm, whatever it may be, and we reach out to them and say, hey, we love what you're doing. You know, we like how you talked about this aspect. Would you be open to us reposting that piece of content and adding you as a collaborator? Their audience sees that post, they see the New York Dairy account, and we are able to build a following from those types of activations. So it's been a growth kind of driver for us to expand a little bit outside of our geographic region. So there has been some reasoning and thought behind it. I don't want it to sound like we're just willy-nilly doing these things. We have conversations with these people, we DM them, we email with them, we have calls. Like, this is intentional. And if you all do not want that effort put into that type of activity, I totally understand. From my background building media brands, I would like to highlight the idea that just saying we can only build brand for New York Dairy in New York State feels a little restrictive to me, in that we're trying to build eyeballs and build a brand that gets recognition across the country, not just in our state. Not to say our state's not important, we do a ton in our state. Our creative campaign is focused in the state. The vast majority of our collabs are focused in the state. You'll see, some influencer and creator collaborations that we're excited to present in July that are focused on the state. But this being sort of a sprinkle in the strategy feels like it doesn't pull the entire focus from our state, but is a sort of complementary to the core activities. So that's sort of my angle and thoughts around it. Now, if you all want to steer that, we're happy to pivot, and we've pivoted in the past, but this has been something we've tried to do to get audience growth and get content performance this year. And we've seen some initial success from it in the first part of the year.
Jacob, you make some really good points. I think that, dairy farmers in New York State have been, at times, I go back to the happy California cow that, assume, the assumption is we don't have happy cows in New York. Well, that's not true. But I think in the end, it's all good. If there's a good message, and this is kind of that same, you're trying to stretch out and reach, and collaborate and get buy-in from and draw traffic to New York dairy, and
yeah,
I think you're absolutely correct that if we can broaden outside the traffic, and what we're trying to do is going to build more traffic. It doesn't necessarily put New York dairy in any kind of negative aspect or second to a outside dairy that we have. So I think you're bringing really good value to it, and your approach, I think, is good. There's some sensitivity that we're not using our farms, but I think there's your point about bringing in some outside social media outside of the state. It can build. We can grow it better, faster, and broader by what you're doing. I like it. There's some farmers that are sensitive to it, and
For
I
sure.
understand both sides of it. So
I find it interesting because just looking at the post, you wouldn't know that farm was outside of New York. Even if I click on it, you'd have to go into their website, I think, to see that they're in Ohio, but it does say New York, the hashtags are New York and dairy and farming, and that's all good. I think it's hard for us as farmers in New York. We have all that. So it's just, I understand the building of it. So
Yeah.
know if you could say something, because it's pretty, the caption is, just like many farms in New York, I don't know. It seems like you could put some plug in there about dairy
Yeah.
in New York in the caption.
From what I'm hearing on that piece of
How do
content,
you feel? I mean,
Yeah, Alicia, tell,
because I get it. It's,
mean,
what are your thoughts after hearing what he's saying?
I understand what you're saying. I guess I find it disappointing. I mean, New York is the number 4 state in the country.
5.
Ohio doesn't rank in the top 10, I don't think. So there's so much more diversity of farms in this state. There's a lot more diversity
I do have a lot of farms.
and dairy production in this
Okay.
state than I think nearly any other state in this country. And okay, yeah, so MVP Dairy, which is an incredible dairy. Again, they're our neighbors out there. And they're a nice family. But
They do have a lot of followers, I see.
yeah,
too, so.
it's very nice, but with everything going on in this state, with the Fairlife plant coming online, with Chobani, another plant coming online, Great Lakes cheese coming online. I mean, in Western New York, there's, the richest people in New York State right now are people building barns because there's so much expansion going on. So it just seems short-sighted to me that why are we not focusing on all of these farms in New York State who are jumping through incredible hoops to milk cows in this state as compared to our neighboring states? Why can't there be a focus on our farms instead of farms that are paying $9 an hour to their employees in Ohio?
So I would ask the question of, if you go through all of our content, do you all feel like we're not focusing on New York? Because our content is, we're putting a lot of focus on one post when the vast majority of all of our content, we have series with New York State dairy organizations. We're consistently doing collaborations with our partners. Like the vast focus of everything we do is focused on New York farms, organizations, processors, all the things. So when we say the word focus, I do feel like we are focusing on the right groups, and these other activations are sort of, you know, I won't use the word sporadic because we do them routinely, but they're not the focus. Maybe one piece of content a week out of 14, you know, would be from a different area. So I want to make sure that language feels like it's mirroring what we're doing accurately. And I don't think using the word focus.
And I appreciate it, but when at 10 o'clock at night, my husband's like, what the heck am I doing spending however many millions of dollars with our checkoff dollars? Why is my neighbor in Ohio getting highlighted? And that's a question that we have to answer when we are asked those questions as members of this board, because we are paying you to promote New York dairy. So, I mean, I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from a little bit too. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Alicia. I think Julie said that this site has 19,000.
Right, I just, the one they highlighted in Kansas, you know, 10 posts before that, they have 20,000. So I'm just, so is that your angle, is to get people that have a lot of followers?
That's definitely one of the things we're looking for in terms of being able to build our own accounts following, is people we can collaborate who have built an established following. And to me, you know, that's driving eyeballs and building an audience for us that then sees all of our other New York based content, our creative campaign.
Would it be true that the 20,000 that follow this dairy in Ohio would, you know, would see some New York dairy content and start following New York dairy as well?
If they follow us from seeing that collab post we did with them. So by no means are we reaching all of those people. I don't want to make it sound like that. We're reaching a percentage of those people.
Was that a paid thing? A paid?
No.
partner? Okay.
No,
So
all
let's
of
just
those.
Get that on the table, right?
Yeah.
If it's not paid for.
All of those.
How does that make you feel? Any better if it's not paid for?
Yeah, it just rubs.
I'm just saying you could tell Jonathan it's not paid for, so.
I'll let you do that.
And I do realize the frustration. We're hearing this loud and clear and are happy to pivot. And I would love to know if you all feel like when you scroll through any of our profiles, are we not representing in the right way? You know, we think about like all the different types of individuals, all the different ages, the different sizes of like, we are trying to be well-rounded, and these are not meant to be the focus of what we're doing. So I realize that, you know, when you're on social media, you digest these things one post at a time, and that's how the platforms work. But I hope when people go to our profile, they do get their, you know, get a more well-rounded experience and see the variety of things that we're doing and the variety of types of organizations we're working with, and creators and all the things. So I would be curious about that as well. I know we're talking about one post at the moment, but we have done a lot over the last, you know, first part of the year here.
Well, I appreciate your information to help us understand, and I can understand Alicia's point. I think not having paid for that partnership is a good understanding for us. You know, it's funny, I don't, you know, New York Dairy doesn't come up on my feed, but I have to remember you're not targeting a dairy farmer necessarily. And we, as dairy farmers on this board, it's hard to think of it that way, but we don't really need to be educated. We need to get out there to those millions of people that have no idea of what we do every day. So it's really hard in this seat to think about it that way, but that's kind of where we have to be. It's, you know, thinking. So I think Did you hear though that it'd be good to just include something like as many dairy farms in New York State that have, I'm just looking at that post, have rotary parlors. I don't know. Would that be good to have something at least reference?
Yeah, your argument about technology or difference in technology is not valid.
Right.
We have more technology, or at least as much in New York State. I understand where you're coming from. I appreciate it, but yeah, I'll leave it there.
I do have a question, and I don't understand the dynamics of Instagram. I'm not gonna say, but I know there's great content of some rotaries in New York State, but I think some of that content was made by the manufacturer. Are they open to joining partnerships, or is that seen kind of as proprietary, like videos? I guess I'm not sure, like, because I know there is some nice videos out there. I just don't know if New York Dairy has access to those.
If we reached out to them, I would be surprised if they were not open to us sharing their stuff. The problem with that, I believe, comes down to like sort of promoting a specific brand. But if we can leave it unbranded and just showcase the, device, we could.
Yeah.
And I may have misspoken earlier, and I want to make sure that this came across clear. I am in no means saying that New York does not have the innovation in leading the dairy industry. The thing we're looking for is content creators that are actively talking about it, not the availability of the actual machinery. And that's where this search has broadened a little bit. So there's a ton of amazing innovation, and we've showcased it in our campaigns before. The idea of finding someone who has an established audience around dairy technology, around having a dairy farm, and doing a collaboration with them. That's what I was referencing, not the availability of those things within the state.
Carl? Good. All right, so I think summarize as much that you can possibly get out of New York State to utilize would be appreciated.
Yeah.
Understanding your comments and working with other organizations and promoting outside of the state. Totally understand that and agree with that, because that's what our goal is to promote New York dairy. I think our concern, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, please, is making sure that you go to all ends of the means to make sure that if there's something from New York State or New York State dairies that you can utilize, please do so before just jumping and going some other state and utilizing it there.
100%.
Is that fair, guys? Please.
I would agree.
Or
Okay. Is that good, Jacob?
Yeah, that's loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, now jump back to the branding. New York Dairy. So how do we want to do this? I think, Jason, weren't you you and Dean, I think we're kind of on this as far as making sure we need to centralize our thought process. Are we going to use New York Dairy or what's, go ahead, Jason.
Well, yeah, so we funded
Corning.
Dairy for Good, Corning,
Yep.
Dairy for Good.
Yep.
So we're looking maybe starting on 2 rows of branding part of it. So we want Dairy for Good maybe fall in the heaven of New York Dairy, right? Is that one of the processes that we talked about a little bit? Should we kind of ask that or not?
can you, or Dairy for Good was highlighting sustainability and more of the crop and manure side of it.
Right, so I mean, if you're trying to, Jacob, you chime in, I think, if we're gonna, to get more traffic and content and more visibility, I think under one heading, maybe pulling the two, you would probably get more bang for our buck. That's what I was thinking, right?
How do you want to? How do we go down that road of, are we going to? Think about this because we've talked.
I need somebody to step back.
Yeah.
Step back, start out where this came from. I feel like you guys, get 5.
We're in Lowville by now.
Then we hit the dirt roads and then that's where we're merging people.
So I think, go ahead. I mean, basically it came down to last year, we had New York Dairy,
Input on this, right?
right? New York Dairy was Jacob and his team, Media put this together and utilized New York Dairy. And then Corning Place came through with their presentation with the sustainability side of it and had Dairy for Good. And I believe the comments or feelings came out a little bit of how many different brands does the Dairy Promotion Order Board
Want to fund?
want to fund, or yes,
Should we fund both?
should we fund both? Should we pick a master brand and put the others under it in the toolbox or something?
It's confusing for farmers, let alone
Right,
consumers that don't know anything.
right.
And there were there two other marketing firms that came in and presented as well?
Yes.
We're talking about doing a new brand or something.
Well, yeah, the Dairy Fairy.
Dairy Fair, yes, with
Yeah.
Kenny. There you go. Thank you,
Kenny.
Roberta. Yeah. The Dairy.
They were like,
But then there
it
was
was like,
another one.
yeah,
There
there
was.
were a couple
There
of
was.
ones. It was kind of confused.
Yes.
There wasn't a focus almost on what are we doing as a DPO board in New York State for dairy, for
Right. And kind of, I think, correct me, but we were all talking about the collaboration that like Jacob's doing with Eileen and others that, maybe we need to try to focus one area,
Mhm.
That was,
right? I mean, that was kind of our, if she's going to have at her dairy birthing center, do the dairy. I mean, we don't, how many different brands or something to that do we want to showcase?
Yep.
That clarify it?
Well, and then how did we land at the one that we were started out talking about? So you just said that from the environment. Right, so how do we land there?
That was Corning
according to
Place
that, all
Their Corning Place.
that we
I
funded.
know it's a promotion, but is it a overall dairy promotion or was it more of a sustainability or I'm just trying to
Oh, no.
put my head around
How
it.
did we get there and are they okay with that, right? Jesus.
We didn't get there yet. Right?
I think right now what
Yeah,
we're
we did,
doing
yeah.
is we have all these different contractors kind of promoting different, not necessarily brands, but there's not one cohesive umbrella that everything's falling under. I mean, I'd love to see one website have all of these links. This is just my opinion. There's a lot of information out there and there's no umbrella, agency, let's say, that is housing all of those. And it gets really, as a farmer, I can't even find sometimes what I'm looking for. So, that's how I'm looking at it, and to have all go towards that one effort,
But the Dairy for Good is not only for public because there's that toolbox in it for producers.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I feel like one is more
But a day has one for producers too,
and one's more for general public.
but a day
I'm-
does the same thing. They have one for producers and one for,
Okay.
so there's a lot out there, but I don't know if people can find it. And I don't know.
We don't want to limit ourselves, but also we don't want to make the water so doggone muddy that nobody finds.
Both contractors are in business.
I think they have been collaborating.
To an extent, but by funding both of them, they're not gonna do the same thing. They're not gonna put the dollars together to.
Don't know if that's,
I mean, can you answer?
Dairy for Good was a collaborator on a couple posts with New York Dairy, I saw. So I think they're collaborating. You're collaborating well with, I know you collaborate well with everybody, Jacob, you try, but New York Dairy, or Dairy for Good.
Dairy for
and
Good.
New York Egg Coalition, right? You're definitely partnering, collaborating with them.
Yeah, we share a lot of content
Right.
together,
Which
and
I
we meet
love that
once
they
a
share
month.
content. I think that's good use of dollars
A cohesive message.
and a cohesive message. Very good point. Yes.
Right, this initial couple of months, right after board members have got back from Wisconsin, right? So you get off the plane, you
Yes,
see them.
that was Sarah's point. Yes, yes.
It's inundated, and you know, even in New York, you see that logo, you know that logo means. So
Yep.
the idea of,
I think
does
you're
New
right
York
on.
have that logo right now, or are there so many different that it kind of buddies it?
So when you get off at Syracuse International, you're gonna have a big New York Dairy sign.
Right,
Maybe
they,
that around.
I heard some agriculture in Syracuse, but it doesn't say New York Dairy. It's, some pumpkin patches there, which is great, but
You did, that did clarify that though, as that was, yes.
But we've been told billboards don't work, but I'm telling you, at the airport coming off, when you're in Wisconsin, you know.
yeah, you're,
Dairy.
and she said,
So.
So I guess we as a board need to narrow, do we want to narrow our focus to?
or at least have an umbrella,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Took my word.
What are your thoughts, Jacob? Since you have the marketing,
Yeah.
yeah.
It is the title.
I think I'm very sympathetic towards what I've heard in regards to there's a lot of information in a lot of different places. I do realize that when things are scattered, I think that can get confusing. In terms of sort of nesting things within a singular brand, one thing that came to mind was almost having like, this is going to be sort of branding speak, but almost different like color treatments for different aspects of the brand. So say New York Dairy had a sustainability on, like that logo could be green and white and yellow and do a lot of communication around sustainability activities and what that looks like, but still name similar, but a slightly different visual identity to draw a difference in what those two sort of entities online are communicating about. So I think there's a level of simplicity that sounds exciting when things can be grouped together, a website with the resourcing. And not to say that we don't already try to do some of that linking on our site, but I think it could probably be presented in a different way if that was all together under a brand. So I see some benefit there for sure. I think what's sort of differentiated partners to date that has been interesting to see is just what sort of topics or ideas groups are focusing on. And I think that's important to kind of showcase all of the things that farmers are doing to be proactive in areas like sustainability. I know that's been a Dairy for Good focus. So I like the idea of almost, in a way, I could think about it like you're sort of funding a theme of communication and a group to execute on that theme of communication or on that topic that's really important. But whether that content gets uploaded on a sub brand or a single brand or whatnot could be a alternative way of thinking about it. But that's just some initial thoughts that are coming to mind as I'm listening to this.
Larry, do you mind if I chime in?
I'd love it.
I think Mega Markets, it's good to hear your thoughts on this.
I think one lens the board could consider here in terms of a goal is a social media strategy that's more focused on what your key message points are that you would want a promotion contractor to communicate to consumers or to other producers. Who's your audience and what's the message? And let the promotion contractor come up with what vehicle, whether it's through a brand, whether it's working with contractors to get that message out rather than getting too caught up in a brand. Or have a goal that you're not gonna create more brands, right? You're not gonna create individual additional brands for dairy. You're more focused on what that message is. What's the message that you're trying to communicate, not necessarily the brand.
That would also keep the other contractors coming to us with a brand idea on the railroad tracks that we've got enough brands.
So simplify it for my simple mind.
Sure.
So we put a goal in and say, okay, we want a promotion organization to come to the Dairy Promotion Order Board with one brand.
I would almost suggest focus on the messaging. What's the message that you want to communicate, and let your promotion contractor come up with a strategy to communicate that message. You dictate the message that you want to see, whether it's on social media or billboards or whatever, if you want to focus a goal specifically on a social media strategy. But what are the posts that this board and your colleagues across the state want to see in that social media, and let your promotion contractor pitch to you which vehicles to use to communicate that message.
So would that take us down the track of, okay, get rid of New York Dairy?
I don't think you have to get rid of
Or-
dairy. Or I would say, because I think what I'm observing in terms of the frustration from the board and your colleagues are, you're putting a lot of the attention and the funding on a brand, and then the brand goes out to determine what the messaging is. I would almost reverse it. Let the board determine what the message is, and let your contractor come up and say, well, who are you trying to target? You're trying to target Gen Z. Well, this is where I would promote it. You're trying to target millennial parents, right? Here's where I would target them, and turn the control for the messaging back to the board, and let the contractor as a marketing expert determine how to communicate those key messages and where to communicate.
That's kind of like a Dane, right? A Dane, we say goes Gen Z. Could we as a board, just hold on here with me, say that we want to highlight our current brand, but we're looking for contractors to provide content for like milk quality, why New York, highlight milk quality in New York State to feed onto our current platform. Because I think that's one of the things, like New York State stands out. That's why we have 2 new plants building here, because
Or all the
Yeah.
products, highlight all the products.
yeah, we have
We're
really
not
good milk
one
quality.
cheese.
That's
You know,
why
it's
they
not
want to
like
make
we're,
it, you know?
no, it's not like we're known for just
Yeah.
cheese. We're known for
Can
lots of
we-
products.
Lead them, because like I think having people in every state making content behooves us, and that way we can make sure I Am New York has New York content, because we're paying for content to be made in New York State.
Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, I want to just go all the way back to the beginning when
Oh, yeah.
Jason, why we went this direction with one brand. And I'm totally in favor of staying with the New York Dairy brand as an overarching brand for the state and what we're trying to accomplish. I think what we were trying to mitigate to some degree was having contractors come every year with new brands, and just wasting a lot of time and a lot of resources. If we have that one overarching brand, New York Dairy, you can fit all kinds of things into that and under that different contractors may want to achieve or may want to pursue. But we still have that one overarching brand that is kind of like, Happy Cows or Wisconsin Milk or whatever. And I think there's value in that. I really do. Rather than trying to reinvent the wheel all the time, is we can use that as the basis for whatever else we're doing. And I just think there's value there. I really do.
What were you were gonna?
I think if the board, as I understand it, right, owns the brands,
question. I think, Antonia, correct me if I'm wrong, what we're really talking about now is we have enough brands, but not a lot behind the brands to really continue that promotion. There's a lot of confusion. So the goal really to strengthen the brands, right? What does each brand stand for? When do you use that brand? What's the market applied? So kind of focusing on, okay, so we have all the brands for the contractors to focus on. What's your strategy to promote this brand? You know, who are you going to target? Is it going to be Instagram? Is it going to be hard media? Is it, you know, I think that maybe sounds like where you would want to take it, but I just keep going back to the board considering looking at the goals in terms of what your message is that you want to communicate, and like your contractors come in with pitches and various marketing tools in their toolbox to communicate that message. As far as I'm aware, New York Dairy is, and Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong, exclusively a social media brand. So that's absolutely a very strong marketing tool that the board should continue.
Correct.
I would suggest continue to invest in. There are other marketing tools in the toolbox, right? Where you can, as the DPO owner of the New York Dairy brand, can have another promotion contractor come in and say, all right, I'm going to use New York Dairy in other ways, whether it's on TV, radio, billboards, in-store activations at retail, right? I would focus more on the messaging behind building that brand.
So
Going forward.
I think it's a goal set that we take any new contracts ideas and make it a goal that this board expects whatever marketing or idea you have falls under the umbrella of New York Dairy to build under that.
Sure. And then what are your messages? Maybe the board goes into 2026 saying we want to communicate these top 3, top 5 messages. We want to showcase dairy farm technology modernization. We want to showcase environmental stewardship, whatever those key messaging is. And then let your contractors come in to pitch you to say, all right, well, I'm going to talk about dairy farm technology and I'm going to use it on radio and billboards, and this is how I'm going to do it under the New York Dairy umbrella.
So just a clarification, Casey, clarification. Can we dictate what our contractors present to us?
You can ask.
If we change our descriptor, we can, right?
So if you change your goal, you can't communicate these certain, but the DPO owns the New York Dairy brand. Maybe. That's their work product.
Well, Dean, your answer is, you know, we take every proposal and we decide to fund it or not.
Well, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, can we ahead of time tell
Absolutely.
people?
The goal is that it falls under the New York, New York State Dairy, and then if we don't meet those parameters, we don't have to fund it.
Or it doesn't score as well.
Right, exactly.
Well, basically, yes.
And maybe it needs to be better communicated when new contractors come in, that the content that you create will be marketed, or I don't know the correct word, but it goes under New York Dairy rather than brand X, or, you know, starting a new brand, and we need to somehow better communicate that. Is that accurate? Okay.
Agree. I think that's kind of where that
The ask.
simplification
Different.
of, that's kind of where it came from. We had the New York Dairy and then we ended up with the Dairy for Good, and we've got
I like New York.
Dairy Ferry and all that other stuff. So, all right, so move this forward and summarize.
Can I just real quickly?
Sure.
Something that, I'm sorry, but something Roberta and Julie were saying, that differentiating, like, we do so many things so much better than other, like, our quality, our sustainability, our diversity of the products that we make, right? I mean, there's so much to work with there. I think highlighting those things in those different capacities would be really powerful for New York. And I think that is one of the key things that's bringing more processing capacity to it's really great system here. And I think highlighting those is such a good direction.
We need more than just cheese.
Exactly.
The state has a
We sure
wonderful
do.
dairy infrastructure.
So what direction do we move? How do we? I guess I'm looking for guidance on how we move forward with this. Do we move
Either have
forward
to-
the way Antonio says?
Either rework all the goals to include, strengthening that New York Dairy brand, or we write a new goal to encompass that. Those are my two suggestions to begin with, just.
That's,
follow there.
I'm glad, yeah, that's what, perfect.
Move forward.
Because we have asked for a lot of what we want, what we haven't asked to try to increase the support of the New York Dairy brand. And that we have not done that.
We haven't, correct. We've asked to increase milk sales. Right, basically.
But I think almost if we could just tag it on the end of I guess, first of all, I don't know if we're gonna change any goals, but let's just say we were happy with our goals. If we come up with some wording to say that, and then that would open the door to include, because we have asked them for a lot of the messaging, I would say, but we haven't, captured all of that with the intent of strengthening that New York Dairy brand.
Right.
Yes.
A new goal.
So if.
And that's fair too. That's why was
Just
just
thinking
trying
a
to.
Dane and.
Say that again. I'm sorry, Alicia, I didn't hear.
I'm afraid that's gonna have to be a new goal because I'm thinking New England and a Dane. And even Milk for Health and that. I don't know that we can require them to send everything. I don't know.
I don't think so.
But if we do a new goal and
So you guys you have that in a roundabout way. You also look at the second to last one. It says develop and marketing strategies that are inclusive of sort of consumption of New York milk and dairy products. And the first line says the respondent is expected to create a marketing strategy / program that markets dairy products. So you kind of already do have that marketing in there. So
We just need to say it,
just.
correct?
Or reword it into a new goal. Like you said, you don't want to take away from a Dane or a New England, but is there a way you can say our social media presence or something like that, create a marketing program?
Strengthen
Just
that.
to make you aware that there's a.
Okay, so we have that goal, but how many of the contractors on their RFA?
You could.
AP, whatever. How many of the contractors on their RFA have that listed as one of their items of meeting that goal?
You're quizzing me. I do not.
Right? I mean, that's gonna get back to what Antonia says. Do we need a separate goal? Which really, we've got it kinda, but that a contractor, because when the contractors fill out the RFA, they put the goals that they're gonna meet for us. And if there's not a contractor that is trying to meet that goal, it's worthless. I mean, it's not worthless, sorry, bad word.
See that this goal is the reason why in the last couple of years, you've been getting all of these presentations with new branding.
Yeah,
Okay.
true. That's a good point, Chris.
So we need to
Develop a marketing strategy.
narrow that down to about this big.
For new brands.
Well, state about what you want the brand name to focus on. So
Right.
they can let them get the best of it.
But can we put in there, like, we're looking for marketing and brand and materials, but we want to strengthen, boom, this. And then I want people that are making these RFAs to go and look at that. So I'm not saying, do you know about this? Like, I want to give them some, focus on what we already have so we can build on that versus them coming with new things all the time.
Which is why Antonia suggested going to the message. So you're
Yeah.
looking to say, I'm looking to enhance New York dairy by accenting A, B, C, D.
But can I tell them to go to that website, to the,
Why can't?
I'm just asking, can we say, we've made this brand, we want that
And we're saying.
content to be under this brand?
Yes.
Can we do
Judy,
that?
thoughts?
Yeah.
Some input. You're quiet over there.
Just,
I'm not doing my good job of going around making everybody speak, sorry.
I agree that, you know, we've got the wording in here of what we're basically looking for. It just needs to be stated more strongly,
bluntly.
yeah, bluntly, direct in your face.
Sarah?
I think we're worrying too much about this. I don't think we are going to have just one. There's not going to be just one brand. There's already tons of different organizations and tons of different brands. I agree not having more to make it confusing, but I think because the state is so diverse, and I think because our who we are trying to sell milk to and dairy products to is so diverse, that just having one website or one brand, you're not going to reach everybody anyways. So I'm good with like having Kitty Drugs do the Dairy Fairy for the people that come in to go to Kitty Drugs that use that store as their brand. I'm good with our social media being New York Dairy. I'm good with NYSDPO, you know, and their advertisement, but I don't think we can put it all under one. I don't think we're gonna have just one brand. I think when we were talking about the Wisconsin thing, I'm the one that brought that up a while ago. It's not so much that, yes, Wisconsin has the cheese as their advertisement, but what I was really more trying to say is that it doesn't matter where you go in Wisconsin. The minute you get off the airplane and you step into the airport, you just know that it's a dairy state and they're making dairy products because they advertise it everywhere. And the point is that you don't see that in New York anymore. It's not so much that their brand that I was promoting. Yes, they promoted they make cheese and they make cheese, but I was more impressed or more, you know, excited for the dairy farms in Wisconsin because it's just dairy product, you know, their cheese and their dairy products are advertised everywhere.
Very visible.
It's pretty visible, and New York is not.
That's fair.
I don't think we need to try to streamline it all underneath just one trademark or one. Isn't it the whole point of this board is to find different ways to reach people to sell more products? And we're gonna spend too much time focusing how to make contractors come in, and they might have a good idea or a good advertisement, but then if they don't have it tagged under the one brand, I'm worried we're gonna make it I don't wanna make it too complicated. I think it's okay to have multiple brands. In New York State, we have multiple diverse people purchasing the dairy, multiple.
Good point.
Yeah, and I like that and I understand that. The only thing I will say is that anytime you create, like Agency 29, we work with them with our cheese. They want to create something new. They're starting from scratch. Whereas New York Dairy already has, I don't know how many followers. So you're starting with 0 people, whereas you could just be, say, whatever company took over the marketing aspect or added into the marketing aspect. You're just adding on to what's already built. That foundation is built.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I
No,
would say
which
to
is
that.
great, which I still think they should, I still for collaboration, I'm just saying, don't worry about if we do have a few different brands or a few different avenues of reaching people, because yes, if somebody's got a new product and they want a new dairy product, they want to advertise it, it behooves them to reach out to already established advertisers or established media. But I just don't want to focus so much that like every single thing has to have the New York Dairy, or it has to have, I don't think we have to have just one where everything has to be streamlined through it. I think that's gonna be way too complicated. But go for collaboration, I mean, amongst the different groups. I think we're just overthinking this way too much.
Can I add something to kind of tag off of Sarah's? I do think we're spending too much time trying to hone in on one brand. Why don't we just make the goal to develop a program or marketing strategies that can be included within our current contractors branding? So then that way they can be like a Dairy for Good, but then they collaborate with Bert. And so if they're starting from scratch, they have Bert's following kind of like what he does with Podbean and all them, but they're creating marketing strategies that will be coherent with the ones that are already started. It'll force them to actually do their research, see what Jeb is doing, see what Corning Place is doing. But then that kind of forces that collaboration because they're making those strategies. Does that make sense, or am I over explaining that?
So enhancing, again, you're enhancing existing branding. You're not creating new branding, but you're not saying this one branding is the end all be all, right? It's saying we, as a board, right, you've invested time and money, have now kind of a slate of brands that each product may fall under, right? Again, based on marketing. So it's enhancing existing branding.
On different avenues to get different markets in there, different things to do. So like Bert is concentrating on social media. So if you get somebody else who's concentrating on those other types of media that can take that brand and bring it out to something else, it's enhancing that brand and bringing it to other markets that they wouldn't necessarily be there. Just, I'm hoping I'm reading that correctly.
Kim?
I think we're heading in the right direction. We've got it down to a couple, that are strong, and if we keep building off them. I'd like to see some incorporation of the products being shown too. I mean, we know cows make milk, but the outside people need that milk jug too, or the yogurt or the sour cream. We need to get some collaboration on products and dairy. That's my opinion of it.
Even as a dairy farmer, like when I walked into Oatka and I see all the products they make, I was like, wow, we make a lot of different products. And it just kind of was like oh, we're making kitten formula? Oh, okay, whatever, But it like kind of stimulated me in thinking, okay, well, it's not just the jug at the store. We're making a lot of different products.
The products that are being made, I mean, there was a time I came into this board and said, you know what, maybe we gotta get out the nutritional value, and the big thing we can sell a lot of milk is in, I don't know, I don't know, but it's something we haven't even thought of, It's like, when you.
Beach pillows, the new skin lotion.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, or, I mean, a big colostrum is a big thing for health.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Now.
Now he's running away.
That's struck from the official record.
Oh,
That is oh my gosh, the wild, wild west, because everyone thinks you're gonna get me on the soapbox. Everybody thinks that's going for like calf milk replacer, and it's not. It's going for human consumption.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
in the
I know.
dairy regulator world, that is a
Crazy.
topic because
It's like raw milk.
there's no, there's
Oh, I know. I'm saying. I'm just saying. Oh, I know.
zero in a hyper-regulated industry, right? And I understand it's a revenue stream. And it's like, if that's the case, we have to apply all of these regulatory oversight to this dairy product that's now coming off a grade A dairy farm. Yeah, oh my gosh, like that is. Stop button now on that one.
so Dean's comment was a simple statement at the beginning of the goals, where possible, the New York dairy brand should be included in or supported by contracts funded by DPO.
I think that's fair. I appreciate him getting the wording out there because gives us something to talk about. So I'm okay with that wording.
Are we comfortable putting the website link in our goals so that they go and look at it? Because from an outside person, if you say I am New York Dairy, doesn't mean a darn thing to me without a link.
Go ahead, Casey. Oh, no, it's just a higher level, just keep front of mind, right? So there are a lot of reports coming out about how the alternative milk products are not doing well in the marketplace.
Right.
How the consumer mindset is really almost globally focusing on clean label, from animal base, right? I mean, they're getting away from, oh, these seed oils now are the fat replacements in this alternative product. That's not normal, right? And they have some negative things. So it's so interesting when we've seen, and the absolute desire to have high protein products at the table, that is driving this market share too. And it's wild to see. I mean, fluid milk, these are things forever. We watch fluid milk consumption going down. It's going up, right? And so there's this revisiting of and embracing of what we do. And so let's keep it go as far as keep that front of mind that people are paying more attention to this dairy industry and trusting in us and to continue to build on that because it's showing up in the marketplace, showing up in the need for milk. It's showing up in the investment in dairy plants. I mean, the Fairlifes and the Chobani's of the world are not just building a plant in New York State. They're investing in this nation as they need more capacity to get
A lot of
more
people to
product on
feed.
shelves.
A lot of people to feed.
Yeah. And it's a great thing, right?
You know-
Every time, what do we sit down here for? To increase the consumption and the utilization, consumption of dairy products, which thus will utilize more milk, and it's happening, folks.
So I think it's interesting. I hadn't really looked at the website in a while for New York Dairy, but they have partners listed, which I think is kind of cool. And it'd be nice to see more contractors on there, I would say, as partners. So at least that's just something to look at as, you know.
Did you include the word partner in the goal, partner with New York Dairy? I don't know.
Well, I didn't say.
I'm just wondering, can we, I like that partnering word, if you said
Yes.
something in a goal about partnering.
One of the
Yeah.
horrible collaborations.
And I think that it helps enforce that idea of collaboration still amongst the contractors that I think we're all in favor of. If I'm not speaking out of turn anyways.
All right, onward, upward. We didn't answer anything, but.
Yes, I do have one thing
Get to the goals, we're gonna write a goal, I think.
that I've thought about a lot, and this is like not on this, is we market a lot to Gen Z. And I think we need to market to the people who are actually buying milk, because as a parent, you need to provide for your children what they need. My son has friends come over. I go through 6 gallons of milk a week. And I ask, like, the first thing he comes in and they're pouring milk. I'm like, geez, Cooley, doesn't your mom buy milk? And he goes, no. He goes, I'm gonna come and drink all yours. Like, we really highlight Gen Z, but we're not helping the parents say, hey, provide your children with milk. Like, that messaging went away a long time ago, right? And I asked his mom, I'm like, why aren't you buying Cooley milk? Man, he drinks it like crazy. She goes, well, I don't know. I never think about buying it. He doesn't drink it. I buy soda. He drinks milk at my house, a whole bunch. Like, we've put no marketing money into helping parents be better parents.
We're having coffee this morning at Wegmans, walking through the aisle, and a guy is standing in front of the Pepsi products, spinning every label forward, and I look at him, I said, are you kidding me? You have to have every label, and he said, yep, and they come and check on that. Like, there you go. I mean, the power of marketing, right?
Yes.
Wild to think about. The labor is very expensive, but it's worth it to them to have that label facing forward on every stinking 12-ounce bottle in that whole section. Wow.
Things we take for granted, I
Oh
guess.
my God. We've only got one milk label on the outside of that.
Okay,
Yeah, Gen Z is now 13 to 28.
Right, so they are
So
buying.
there are
milk,
some young
hopefully.
parents.
Right, I would agree.
Younger parents in there. Some are.
so do we want to, what do you want to do? Do you want to do a new goal first? Do you want to go through these goals? Do you want to modify?
Let's go through the goal. We'll get towards the end. We'll put together a new one.
You have that one from Gene, just so we can reference it if we want to, right?
Yeah, it just said, yeah. He just said something about putting someplace, where possible, the New York Dairy brand should be included in or supported by contracts funded DPO. By DPO, sorry. So, you know, and it could be.
What was the game t-shirt? We're trying to.
Quantify the,
Quantifiable. All right.
You've got it. You've got it.
It shall live on. It'll be here. Okay. Goal number 1. I'm not reading them all, guys. So any questions, concern, increase the consumption in New York milk?
Which one?
Well, that's
One.
by you, right? And
this is the youth.
yeah.
Oh,
No,
these are the-
no. Yeah.
I have the same thing. I'm getting confused. Yeah.
Good?
You're starting out with the youth. Yeah, they're both
Right.
pages. The increased consumption.
Yes, by youth.
Okay.
Lunches, breakfast and offerings.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
No.
You have another printout? No. Here, you can have this one. Oh, thank you. I can't. Despite the glasses, I still can't see.
No,
Thank you.
This one is for, yeah, school milks, or the school programs, the youth programs, da.
Yep, and just the other offerings, it just took me down the road of Roberta's comment about youth or those purchasing products for youth. That was all. That's where I didn't know if that would incorporate.
Everybody good?
Yeah, I think
Yep.
you can add that.
What do you want?
By youth, a person's purchasing.
I think we can catch that one in this Gen Z if we just add millennial.
Yeah, we need, I agree with
Yeah.
Alicia on that one. We'll get down to the
Yep.
Gen Z one
sounds
there.
good.
Yeah.
Number 2 goal was promoting uniqueness of and increased sales in New York milk, dairy products, da. I think that one was when we put in the e-commerce and all that, Instacart and all that stuff, right?
Continues to grow.
Yep.
It also differentiated New York dairy from other milk supply regions.
Yes. Questions, concerns, thoughts on that one, everybody? I mean, I think the Instacart and the e-commerce thing, it's been, I mean, I think Jacob showed us numbers last year that's really grown, correct? Or somebody did?
Yep, continues to.
I think a Dane does
Dane
a lot of
did.
work.
Dane.
with
Yes,
it.
thank you, yep.
Thank you, the other one.
All right, good. Next, proactively improve the image of dairy products and or dairy producers' farming practices.
Can we include in here, like, how do you put it, like, the high quality of New York State's milk without highlighting other people don't have as good a quality? I without it being bad, because I want the whole milk industry to believe that milk is healthy and.
Right.
Like your term in the goal above, the uniqueness of New York State
Yeah.
milk supply, right? You might want to borrow some of that wording and bring it down also into goal 3.
I also like it, instead of it saying proactively improve the image, because it makes it sound like we have a bad image, could it be more like proactively increase or promote instead of I don't know, there's something about it saying like proactively improve the image of dairy products. It makes it sound like.
I think when we made the
It
goal,
needs improvement, right?
the point,
Yeah.
we were trying to
does.
make sure we're on the offensive and not being responsive to. It was
Yeah.
kind of a different time when we were getting a lot of negative press in the dairy industry, and I think we were trying to say, we don't want to just respond to what's happening, we want to make sure we're kind of promoting a better message ahead of it.
Totally get, let me just change it.
If you just changed improve to promote, that would do it. Proactively promote the image of dairy products.
Promote the. High quality or.
High standards of dairy farmers.
Go ahead.
This is.
Is it promote, or it's more like proactively engaging with the public perception of.
Ooh, I like that.
Right.
Right, increase the.
Good, I like that.
Of dairy.
So how do you want to word it?
Increased positive perception of dairy products or something like that? Or what are we thinking?
Like increase or promote public perception. I think that was Katie's term, public perception.
What? Proactively engage with the consumer about dairy products and or dairy producers farming practices.
I like that. I like the engage word.
Yeah,
I like engage.
Yeah. Well, you would actually be proactive, right, at that point, because that's a protective thing, proactive, right? They-
Yeah, can you reread that for those?
I have one distance and one bifocal contact lens. I do.
I would give her-
Does it mess with your,
It did, the first day I felt like I had a hangover all day long. I thought I was gonna puke. But it righted itself. Now, one day I didn't mean to and I switched them. That was like starting over again, but
Interesting.
yeah,
training the brain, right?
yes.
Say prominent things.
I hate
And when I go up here, it gets fuzzy.
Yeah, no, that's hard to, and I can read it a little bit. Could you read it out loud for us, Elizabeth,
Please.
please?
Engage with the public perception of dairy products and or dairy producers' farming practices among consumers, thus improving the acceptance and consumption of newer healthy dairy products.
But that's vague, I don't know what that,
Yeah, that's true.
engage with public perception.
The positive or the, I don't know, it's like we want all the work that dairy producers do to
How about positively engage with?
positively engage. Yeah, I like that. Positively engage. Yep, that's nice. I am not a wordsmith at all. Chat GPT.
I'm awful with English, so I'm not gonna say a word.
I mean, if I was a contractor, I would be paying much more attention to your goal descriptor than the actual.
Right.
sentence.
Okay.
Goal descriptor tells me exactly what you want me to do. The goal is just a way for me to pay attention to certain aspects of the RFA. So I would ensure your goal descriptor is probably much more clear into what action you're expecting.
Take perspective out and just like engage with the public. Cause you're not. Your goal is to work with the public and.
Well, their perception of dairy. We want them to increase their perception of dairy and increase consumption, right?
I'm not sure where you're at, but how about proactively promote a positive image? of dairy products and or dairy producers' farming practices.
Remove perception.
Yeah.
Right.
We had before.
Right, perception's a word, it's not a.
Right.
You can take something that's good and use that. It's not a negative connotation.
Go ahead.
So for those that are on the phone, unfortunately, you are not seeing the track change version that we are in the room. So right now it says positively engaged with the public perception of dairy products and or dairy producers' farming practices among consumers, thus improving the acceptance and consumption of New York milk and dairy products.
We're having a hard time hearing you. Could you just repeat the first 5 words?
Yeah, positively engaged with the public perception of dairy products.
And I guess I will agree with Antonia that we need to have the goal wording correct, but the
Yeah.
descriptor
I
is
agree with that too.
the most important part of this. So what's everybody think of what's up there? Casey?
Strike with, does not read fine, with the.
Yeah.
Saying public positively engage the public perception
Yeah.
here.
It would, not to complicate this more, but I would say, develop and implement a program that engages with the public perception.
Okay.
Because you're not wanting to.
No, I think you're right about,
That word's right. That reads right.
yeah, no, I think you're right. Can you say that one more time? So,
Sure. Develop. Say it one more time. Develop and implement a program that proactively engages the public perception.
I like it.
Yada, yada, yada.
Yep, I like that.
Right?
Yeah.
No, that proactively, did you want to leave the proactively in there or no?
I hear what Carl was saying, that word was specifically chosen at a period of time where there was a lot of response,
Right.
right, to negative attention. I don't think that's necessary because what you're asking the contractors to do at this point is proactively engage.
Right.
But if you think I
No,
don't think
no, no, I
it
think
detracts from the goal at all. I
Right.
think it's fine there.
So as it reads now, develop and implement a program that actively engages the public perception of dairy products, so on and so forth.
Yep, I like it.
Are we really wanting them to make a whole new program?
They're not gonna make a whole.
Yeah, I ask them to. All I'm saying is
I think
like,
that's where Dean's suggestion comes into play, right?
yeah, cause I'm
Roll the
like,
goals and then add that caveat, like, to
Right.
the extent practicable, use existing branding.
okay, cause to me, that's like, oh, they want a whole new branding, a whole new program developed, and we don't want
But
that.
it doesn't say new, it's just, well,
Develop
Hold on.
means make a new.
no, I was just,
You can say,
had to reread it,
yeah,
so.
develop, you can straight develop, implement. Implement a program.
Facilitate.
Or facilitate a program.
Yep, facilitate, that's good too.
I agree, develop implies something new.
New branding, new everything, and I'm like,
Carl? Okay. Facilitate a program that actively engages the public perception of dairy products.
well, that doesn't really say it either. Cause facilitate means that you're using something that's already been developed. That, all I'm saying is like, how do we put it that, cause that's not right either. We want them to make
Can we just start with actively?
content. Not a program. We want content, don't we? Develop content that actively engages them. Because when you say program, to me, that means scrap it all and make a whole new program.
So in the descriptors, it says expected to create awareness and educational campaigns. Say, so facilitate a campaign.
Well, if we take out facilitate a program that was actively
Actively.
engaged in construction, and then the goal goes into how that.
The descriptor goes into how that's accomplished.
Right, because the goal isn't necessarily a program, the goal is amending public perception that they may have against the dairy.
Correct. Kim? Judy?
I like that better. I don't want them to, we're trying to make it simple so they and adding too many in the goal when you can have it in the descriptor might make it a little clearer.
How about if you just put positively promote and at the beginning?
Instead of,
No, leave what's there, but positively promote and actively engage the public perception of dairy products.
What's the goal here? Educator.
20?
I don't know.
I mean, I think what, maybe you're wrong, what you're trying to do is the contractor do some sort of activity that's going to influence the public perception, right? Just positively.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree with what Judy's saying. I think the fewer words in the goal, the better. I'm rereading it again and again, and I still kind of get lost about halfway through. I start stumbling a little bit and then backtracking. Trying to come up with a way.
What if you say positively influence the public perception of dairy products and or dairy product farming practices among consumers and staff?
Yeah.
Actually, that's a good word. That's a good word. If you just did positively influence and get rid of the rest of that.
Yeah.
I was gonna put a period at the end of dairy products.
Yeah.
And then put the rest of that.
Put it in the descriptor if you want to add those specific words.
Positively influence, yep.
Among consumers
And then get rid of
the second clause.
Yes.
Yeah, that looks nice.
Clean it
Very
up.
concise. Very concise.
I like that.
Good? Description's good?
I like it.
Next. Improve communication between dairy producers and dairy industry advocates to inform them how they can assist in improving consumption of New York milk and dairy products by highlighting progressive dairy farm best management practices and environmental stewardship.
It is very wordy.
Casey?
So I was going back to earlier conversations and to me, it was, isn't this one about developing messaging? And then we go into the why, like improving communication.
So developing messaging between farmers and advocates.
Yeah, or, yeah. It was developing like those templates and things like that, because one of the things that farms really pushing now is more communication between farms and neighbors and farms and it's nice if you can get on somewhere and just have a template on, like, if someone wanna write a template, we're gonna start harvesting, these are the things you need to work at, instead of me having to make it new every time. Once you already make it, but yeah, be careful of the large tractors going down the road. You know what I mean? I like templates that I can snag and just modify.
It's providing material, right? Providing
Yeah.
material templates, communication material to your dairy producers, right? Because I think to Casey's point right now, you're talking about improving communication between producers and dairy industry advocates. That's the first couple of words
Yeah.
here, which doesn't. I think your goal descriptor more captures what you said, Roberta. Like you want those materials, apps, websites, whatever it is that you're looking for to assist the dairy industry in communicating it. So I think your goal
Yeah.
is.
I read the goal descriptor and then
Yes.
so I went backwards.
Yeah,
Um,
which I think is.
So could we just
a good lens to look at it, look at.
just cut off like we did, but just use the back end of it, improve the consumption of New York dairy and milk and dairy products by highlighting progressive dairy farm best management practices, environmental stewardship, and then have the descriptor.
Get that, Elizabeth?
Yes, yeah.
But get rid of the ing.
Right.
Where are we at? What are you doing?
Take out.
Well, we're not talking about consumption here. We
No.
were, the goal descriptors helping farmers develop materials to like.
But the goal is the consumption, to increase consumption.
Right.
Of dairy products.
Paring down these things, we need to pare down that too.
It says it says show dairy farmers, stakeholders and advocates. Assist the dairy industry in highlighting how dairy farms improve the carbon footprint through progressive BMPs.
I think if you want more descriptor in there to.
Well, I'm reading the goal descriptor and want the goal to match what the goal descriptor is saying.
I understand, but we could add to the goal descriptor if you want.
I'm just saying the goal is about consumption increasing, and that's not what
Larry,
the
you want that?
descriptor is about.
Milton, right?
It's consumption increase because ENPs and
The
environment.
education done on that.
It's, I think it's in there. We're just
You think it's good enough?
Yeah, we're just getting specifics about.
I think it goes
Right.
both ways. It goes both ways as far as, okay, help us create information so that we can share, the farms can share with the public, but also they're creating information that they're sharing with the public. So it's, I like the short and just improve the consumption of New York and all dairy products by highlighting progressive dairy farming. They're creating tools that either the farms can use or they can use to share with.
Okay.
I think that leaves, Sarah, what you just said, I think it's maybe.
It leaves it
different way. It leaves it open in
more
terms of
broad.
a contractor
Yes,
coming in and
exactly.
saying,
Yeah.
here's templates, or here's another way to look at it. Here's
Yeah.
a different sort of
Okay.
tool.
Yep.
To accomplish that goal.
Okay.
So you're gonna stop that after Progressive Dairy Farm? Is that what you're saying?
Cross out communication to
Oh.
and just go
Okay.
improve the consumption of New York milk and dairy products by highlighting progressive dairy farm best
Okay.
management practices.
Yeah,
So what Elizabeth
Because
has
the-
up there.
being green
Okay.
is kind of
Perfect.
that word, right?
I can't read it.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
Especially in green, it's hard to see from here.
And descriptors good?
Yeah.
So we on to the next page? Increase the sales and consumption of milk and dairy products produced in the US and exported to other countries. I believe this one was the DMI one. Right?
Yep. Yeah. I think that one was written for like the pizza in Japan, right? And
Yeah.
It was, I think it was the
Over.
McDonald's, it was the Domino's.
Domino's.
Right? Am I thinking this all right here? Domino's and even Kentucky Fried Chicken was involved somehow or another with something on that, right? Or Taco Bell, yes, thank you. Yeah, okay.
A double cheesy
Yeah.
crust. Hey, come on. Gotta love it.
Hey,
Yeah.
I think there was something with KFC,
Cheese into their.
something.
I'd leave that one alone.
Yeah,
And then there was butter too, right? Wasn't there something with the butter program? So
it's well wrote and good concise.
participation in national programs influencing increased consumption of milk and dairy products. Again, I think that's which, I mean, I don't know how you, I mean, you kind of got to have that there. I mean, we don't want to stop it. I mean, I know it's kind of expected, right? I mean, but we don't want to take it out, I don't think.
No, I mean, because it's been there and someone is
Right.
paying attention, and,
Right.
We want to.
Conduct research projects, create new products and or enhance the safety, quality, and sensory attributes to expand the demand of New York dairy products and dairy ingredients. Questions, concerns, thoughts on this one? I mean, we've all done a lot of,
We put, health benefits in there, now, since we're talking about how important food is versus baked food finally, that's becoming. Just throw in like
it's not a bad idea, Sarah.
Well, you know,
What's your suggestion?
a word, I'm not good with words.
It's emerging products and trends that enhance utilization of milk. Maybe it's covered.
I feel like having well,
Wow.
we don't talk about how, like, it could be, some of the research could be related to the fact that real milk is better than 25 chemicals for fake almond milk or whatever.
So you want to put that into the goal, correct? Not the end of,
Not the or the descriptor, not the goal, sorry.
you want to put it in the descriptor or in the goal?
The descriptor, put it in the
Okay.
descriptor, like when it's listing, innovations in dairy product safety, quality, sensory attributes, all that. What about?
Just add to that.
And
Add to that health benefits or health.
Nutritional
Nutritional benefits.
What's the
Nutritional.
word? Like they put that, like they're using for that.
What is it?
That's.
Activity is like the
Buzzword
right now.
Bioactivity.
Mhm.
Which essentially means health.
Healthy.
Yeah, because people are worried about the activity.
Suggesting we put that in.
I'm
Above
not, so
our head.
just from, my perspective, I love that direction because I think we have so many nutritional benefits. You're gonna get very expensive research proposals.
Oh.
If you put that in there. And maybe that's what you, I mean, I'm not saying one way, I'm just saying like nutrition research is very expensive.
Yeah.
So that's just,
Nutrition research is expensive, period.
well, it's expensive. I mean,
There's cows
it
arguments.
does cost a lot of money to do this.
So number one, we've got a couple of commas there. So I mean, dairy product safety, quality, comma, nutritional, and sensory attributes. We can add nutritional to that. And get it in there. And number one.
That's a good idea.
So right after quality, comma, nutritional and sensory attributes as well as. It's in there.
Get that, Elizabeth? Okay. Everybody good with that, or do you want to use bioactivities to make it really expensive?
I think,
Keep it simple.
I think that's different, like the nutritional, to me, I think we have a new goal. Cause that's not the same. That, to me, that's like separate than what we're asking. This is focusing on making products and unique products and trying to, like the puffs or all those types of stuff. If you start talking about nutrition, that's not in this to me at all. That's like
Nutrition.
A and
There's a lot to
Z,
nutrition.
like that's.
There's nutrient density, there is all the vitamins and minerals, so we can make that a whole goal.
I would disagree with you on that because of the fact it says conduct research projects that create new products and or enhance the safety of current New York dairy products. So I don't know as if I could agree with you that it's a different goal.
So you want to do the all new.
I would agree.
It's another area to focus on of current products or new products. Right.
Yeah. You talk about nutrition of a product, saying it's good nutrition, or are you saying, I want to know the nutrition and do the biology behind the nutrition of that product?
Vague.
Yeah.
The whole point is you're talking about how we use our dollars to promote research to do these things. I think nutrition needs, or something to do with the fact, I'll leave it vague so you can come in and do what you want with it, but we are on a food trend where people are starting to figure out that processed food is not good for you.
Yeah.
So just stick it in
Stick
there
with- yep.
so that we're paying attention, because the reality is I totally agree with the fact that we have an opportunity here to grasp the market of people wanting real food again. I don't want to make it too specific, leave it vague, but the nutritional side of it, in my opinion, we should be improving that or improving the research or improving the
Highlighting it.
experience should be in there. Because at the end of the day, we want to make good nutritious products, not highly processed crap. Because that's, I just wanted in there that we're paying attention to the fact that
Nutrition is important.
nutrition, I don't think it needs to be a whole separate thing. I just think it should be one more item that could be involved with
Yep.
these different
Common nutrition.
projects.
In the descriptor.
Yeah. I bet if you looked at nutrition, milk nutrition, like. Help me out here. So if you look at where I have my knowledge and research, you looked at milk fever on cows, we all know about milk fever. It was 1920s information, and a cow from 1920 to today is different. I would say people are different than they were in 1920s too. We're opening it up to saying, are we interested in actual nutrition research or not? Not really,
If
right?
you bring a proposal, we'll look at it, right?
So we would be open to them doing nutrition trials on milk.
Or it's being,
we've
or
had
it's just being an
projects like that
aspect of one of the things they're doing. It could be, I just feel like you're talking, we're spending money to increase the taste, increase the shelf life, increase the quality, increase all this. Why not increase the nutrition or promote the nutrition?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that
It
you're
doesn't say-
doing the foundational
Yeah, it doesn't mean I
research
want
to
just no
compare,
nutrition.
but you're improving or enhancing that.
Make it part of the goal of. the
Highlighting
research.
the nutrition. of
Yeah,
the-
highlighting nutrition, focusing on it.
When's the last time anyone did any free fatty acid work in milk products?
Well, yeah, that is actually
Is it starting now?
It is.
Okay.
I think this is where we gotta go. Like, we're scratching the surface. It's a big, it's a big.
I'm just saying, we can all roll together. Just make it super broad.
So we want it just in the descriptor, not in the actual goal itself.
Yeah, it's right. Edit is another item.
Good?
Yep.
Julie? Yeah.
Yep.
Good. Got what you want then, Elizabeth? Okay. Roberta, create target marketing to promote the consumption of New York State milk and dairy products for Gen Z and their parents.
Or millennials.
Or millennials, or how do you want to word it?
I know that we've tried, and Nadine has tried talking through, the only way that I understand that they're talking to parents to provide good nutrition for their children is through the doctors. And that doesn't really go so well. That's like, we're spending money and it's.
That's it, Donald, but maybe now things are because people are logging on to this stuff.
Maybe if we have some new information or like help them understand how pure milk is or like unprocessed, I don't know, something, but I get frustrated that parents don't buy their kids milk when they definitely will drink it. If it's available, they slam milk.
I can only
Just
go from my
buy
own
it.
experience with tornadoes, and not tornadoes, but tornadoes like under the age of 4. You almost get, when you go in and ask for like whole milk in a cup for the kids, people have to stop, like the waitresses have to stop for a second.
Oh, yeah,
and be
they
like,
can do it.
Yeah, I think we do have that, and you're just,
Yeah.
what they got.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting,
Would help if we could serve it in our school systems again, so that it wouldn't be so scary.
well, we're getting there,
Getting
as
close.
close as we've ever been,
Yeah,
so.
getting close.
That would be a game changer, and don't you think the reason that the parents aren't serving it is because for the last however many years they grew up being milk is bad, right?
Oh, yeah, they just.
Habits.
Transfer
Die hard.
gray water. That gray water.
I'll make a bold statement. I bet you there's half of that population has never had whole milk.
That's sad, they would like it better if they.
I think to Roberta's point, just to share an anecdotal story, I have 2 kids, 4 and 7, but it wasn't that long ago, I was at their pediatrician, 2-year checkup, and the pediatrician's like, well, take them off the whole milk now, it's only skimmer 1%.
Yes.
You're like, no,
Skimmer 1%, and that
brain development.
Great, and that was at 2 different practices, at least in my area, my hometown. That was the message. They can have whole milk up until age 2. After age 2, it's skimmer 1. So that's,
I told my doctor,
But-
I want my children to be smart, so I'm gonna give them whole milk, sorry.
yes. I mean, did I take?
Brain
that?
development.
No, but that's what was communicated, right? And some people will be at it, but
Is millennial.
The next generation?
Millennial.
Millennial.
Prior to Gen Z and Gen X.
We're Gen X. I'm a Gen X.
And my kids are Gen Alpha.
Yeah.
So just-
And they're betas are-
I'll
So
push
I
back
think
on-
we need to include Gen Alpha on this too, because how old are your kids? I don't keep up with the,
Yeah,
the-
so my daughter
Alpha.
was 11
so I mean, that's,
September.
they need to be included.
But isn't there something we can't, I think we've asked this before, but
We don't want you to go under a certain age, right?
a certain age or something?
Yeah.
And I don't know what that limit is.
So I'm gonna just.
I
change
think
this
that's
from
crazy.
Gen Z
What
to
is there a limit on what we
Gen-
can,
Generations.
remember that age?
It's not like we're selling cigarettes.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Here, anything.
I mean, would you change it to marketing shop, those that purchase, for children?
Those who provide
your
for them,
caregivers,
the
right? You're
caregivers.
trying to influence the caregivers of youth.
Caregivers is probably a very good term to use, I would say.
Yeah, because that's very broad and inclusive.
Covers everything, yeah.
That's grandma who's raising the,
Exactly.
yeah.
Anybody, next door neighbor taking care of your kids after a couple hours, you want to influence
So do you
your
wanna take-
neighbor to purchase milk for your kids.
do you want to take out the age? Well, because, I mean, the age of women having children now is up to 30, right? So I mean.
Come
yeah.
on,
Oh, kids are kids.
to 40.
Yeah, right. So I mean, 27 is very limited here
Yeah.
because majority of women aren't starting having children until after 27. So I mean,
Yeah,
gotta
just take the
get-
age out and just say for the,
I'm sorry.
just take the age out and just put for.
Yeah, perhaps,
For
yeah.
the caregivers
Yeah.
or purchasers of.
Yeah, I just don't think
Yeah.
focusing on Gen Z is giving us a bang for our buck.
Right, so we
It's
had
just that target
create
move.
target marketing, so do we just want to create marketing to promote the consumption of New York State milk and dairy products to,
You can carry it.
thank you, nice.
And their caregivers.
I like that.
Good job.
Youth and or caregivers?
Oh. And their,
And their caregivers.
We're taking out.
Caregivers slash
Well,
purchasers.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like should we take out Target because we're taking out a group to target, right? I mean.
That is true. Well,
But you're still not everybody.
Targeting a group, it's just not age specific.
Stay, buy more milk.
Yeah.
yeah,
Same old.
much.
Every goal is the same.
yeah,
Just gotta have that, change all the words. Right.
And I wonder, Sarah, back to your nutritional aspect of the research, this may be an area in the goal descriptor to suggest a contractor focusing on the nutritional aspect.
Absolutely.
oh, yeah,
Right,
With
right.
caregivers, right? What's
yeah,
going to
functional
resonate with
nutrition,
caregivers?
is that what they call it now? Functional nutrition.
I gotta push back on Casey just a little bit because you said we're closer than ever getting whole milk into schools. And I can remember when that's all we had in schools. I don't think I'm that old, so ever is.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the legislation.
Getting back.
Yeah.
Closer than ever.
Yeah.
fixing it.
Cause it's been Obama years since it's been in there.
Yeah, I had a whole.
Yeah. Yes, I understand.
Sorry.
Sure.
All right, good.
So are we done with this one?
Yeah.
I think so.
Take out that Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to muddy the water, but our number one goal, increase the consumption of New York milk and dairy products by youth. Do we need to add school in there somewhere?
No.
Cause it's in the first one.
The first one, the very first one?
The first one says,
Yeah, if we're doing.
lunches, breakfast and other offerings during,
No, I would leave it vague because it doesn't have to be just for program.
yeah, like after school programs or summer programs.
The music. You know.
Yeah, I think that first goal, you're going back to the first goal, right, Alicia?
I didn't know if we.
I think that was more,
Anyway.
didn't we have that more targeted to the school milk programs and the,
But it does
Program.
a lot of the same now.
Right, that's what I'm wondering.
okay,
I don't know.
I think with the addition of the caregiver perspective, I don't know, I would argue that it is a little.
It is different, but that's about the only thing different with it, and I'm okay
We
with
read
that.
caregiver in the description. Should we put more about caregiver? Because you don't see a lot of articles in magazines or newspapers on milk's value as a functional nutritional product for caregivers and why we should give it to our children.
I think we could put that in the descriptor.
Like, I don't think a parenting magazine has highlighted that in a while.
Probably so.
Huh? Oh, I hadn't read that since I had little kids. I don't know. I don't
So
know.
how would you put that in the descriptor? Because I'm in agreement that it probably should be put in there.
I don't know, like, either like local or national publications that highlight, that are.
I don't think you need to get
or
that specific.
But like
what-
highlighting
in there
functional
too.
nutrition as a caregiver, I don't know. I don't know. It's-
But the goal is to educate caregivers on the nutritional value of dairy products, right?
Yeah.
Something to that extent in the descriptor.
Might be able to add it after the marketing program. So first sentence, the respondent is expected to create a marketing program to put comma focused on the functional nutrition benefits of dairy.
Yeah.
To youth and their caregivers.
I like it. I don't know if anybody about that.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's.
That's
We
good.
need to-
All right,
Yeah.
let me backtrack. So the respondent is expected to create a marketing program, comma, that focuses on nutritional benefits, functional nutritional benefits to youth and their caregivers.
That focuses on functional nutritional benefits of New York State dairy products to youth and
Oh, I like New York State. I'm sorry.
Good catch.
Take all the fair life you want.
Good? Alicia? Kim? Good? Okay. Roberta, you good?
So as we're stepping out of this category, I want to tell a quick story, so. No, and here's why. Because of the messaging that goes out. So Commissioner did her cool thing at the New York State Archive on agriculture, the history of agriculture. Took questions at the end. And this lady asked the commissioner about all of these factory farms.
Right.
And the commissioner very clearly and eloquently said, we're like 98% family farm. Just because you see a large farm and an LLC, that does not mean that that is not a family operation, because that's what we are anymore. And it was a total non-agricultural group. And the number of heads in that room that were like, oh, wow. Like, we've been misled by social media, right? Because the factory farm term is thrown around.
700 cows.
And that's who they're targeting with all of it.
Right.
And I don't think we do a good job saying that the LLC is a form of allowing your children or that handoff of that operation over time. Like, people see an LLC and just assume, oh, it's a factory farm. And I think we have a story to tell there. So
We have so many stories to tell. I mean, even with milk pricing, people don't understand that we don't set our price. I mean, if you just put it bluntly, that if you took a business's ability to set their price away, how many businesses would still be in business and drop it at that and leave it at that? That's where we're starting with the public.
I know.
Period.
Price.
I mean, they don't even understand what that means.
And you gotta pay,
So-
you gotta pay to get your product in.
Right, so I use like a restaurant, for example,
James.
and then I say, so if they can't set their prices, how do they stay in business? And they're like, I don't know. So
Casey, your point.
For a month and then waiting till a month later
To
to
get-
see what you.
That's what outside
Exactly.
includes. So there's so many.
And not
stories.
knowing
We
what
have
that
to
price
keep
is.
it at a high level.
I gotta borrow.
Casey's point is, well, I heard the sponsor of the 700 cow limit bill.
Oh, my gosh.
And they mentioned the factory farms, you know, and that's the mindset of many of our legislators from downstate, and you're exactly 100%.
Pulling that number out of there.
But I don't know if other states can say we're 98 or 99% family farms. There's some states that may be more of a challenge than here in New York. I mean, we are still very family based. And
Generational.
yes, and there's a great story to share there.
Yep.
But we need to incorporate that there.
So, yeah, I don't know if I want to say this, but this goes to, so I will say it now, somewhere in here, I know we're talking about rural communities in here, but we really need to hit home. This is a local product that ties into the sustainability efforts. It's not coming from overseas. We're able to supply nutritional food locally to people that is not the same for most industries. And somehow we have, I need some help with wording that. I think it could fit in one of these school descriptors,
It's
but
the third one down.
that's what I'm looking
It
at.
says highlighting the importance and impacts of
Yes.
dairy farming in our rural.
That's-
That's,
it. We
we-
should.
We,
And that's my opinion, but I think that gets overlooked so much that it's year round. You don't have a lot of industry that you get food year round in New York State, local. So,
The challenges we're faced with, multiple challenges we're.
yes.
faced with.
I love the snow.
I'm not just talking about,
And a lack of
talking political and
Yeah,
everything else.
exactly.
labor.
Labor.
Environmental, all this stuff that we have to face.
Maybe that should be pulled out of that goal, kind of like buried in there, the impact on rural communities.
Mhm. Take
I
it
think
for
you're right,
granted.
it deserves a bigger
It
spotlight.
does,
really.
it does.
And that could tie in with the story of, these are family farms, they are generational farms.
Families feeding
LLC.
families, that's what I put on all my posts.
I don't know where that comes from either, because like clinics and stuff will be like a PLLC, like by that practice is a PLLC. So why do people, like, they're like, oh, it's a factory doctor office.
They also give us crap when we make money too, that we do it for free. so. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, now we're getting morbid.
No, that's a great point. I've never thought of it that way. Like, we see that stuff everywhere, but suddenly it from, an agricultural aspect, it's that second,
Farming's not supposed to
horrible.
be a business in many people's eyes.
Wonder why that is.
So how do you want to change that? How do you want to incorporate it? How do you want to, what do you want to do with it?
Just come up with the ideas and not wordsmith. But so I'm asking for help on that, on how.
Carl's willing to help by the sounds.
Okay.
I just think we should
Do we
take it
need
out
a
of that
separate?
descriptor on three, right?
Take it out, you said?
Yeah, and then maybe just make it a new goal, why?
Isn't there like, what do they call, is it a multiplier effect
Yes.
or something?
it is.
Like,
Economic multiplier.
like,
So the Dyson school, we've
Mhm.
talked about that in the past. I don't know. I used to go over my desk before they.
Well, I think
the
from
office, but
Bureau just shared it actually, but that was all of
Like
that, just
what
Gary, that was all.
dairy industry is worth in New York State, and then like the jobs and then the multiplier effect that the farms have all the way through the processor, all the way. And
Yeah. And local.
Ag has one of the biggest players.
5 days a year.
pizza shops,
Right.
you know, and all of that, yeah.
I don't know if we've done that in a while. That would be something to,
Yeah, it's been a few years since.
when I finally met Todd, people like that, and I always saw his work product, but then at right around the first little outlook he presented there.
So I don't know if that's something we could, I know we're not to the last goal from last year, if we want to change that up.
Can we just leave the descriptor, but put highlighting the rural community in the goal, so then it brings it forefront to those that are bringing stuff that they really are interested in highlighting the rural community and the multiplier effect. Maybe
And
putting that in that goal. Are you, anyone for doing that? Because then that's changing the goal for the year, and say we don't want to do it in the year, we can move it back, but it's still in the description. But when you pull it into the goal, maybe it gives it more teeth to those who are reading it.
Maybe like proactively improve the image of locally produced dairy products year round. And then keep it the same, I don't know.
And the economic multipliers.
I thought we already changed that one.
Yeah, I can't remember the.
Oh, yeah.
of it.
So I know I'm backtracking here a little, so.
No, that's fine. No, you're fine. I'm just saying that we've already, I mean, if you want to make
Yeah,
changes to this,
yep,
we need to make changes to
Yeah.
what we've already made changes to.
yep. So that's what you're on now, right? Proactively influence the public perception of dairy.
You could just put on the end of that, highlighting, no, leave it, just put on the very end, highlighting the multiplier effect and the rural community, what am I saying,
I don't know, I just.
the impact on
The
rural
impact,
communities,
yeah.
or something like that.
Economic.
Yeah, because rural communities, like,
But I want to take
It's
just
tough in New York
economics
State.
out of it too, and just that it's local product being made that's not being shipped from China or
No.
Thailand
The
or,
local
you
impact.
know, yeah, that's supplied 365 days a year.
That is really important.
And highlighting the local supply of.
Yeah.
of products.
We have to have farms more than 700 cows to supply milk in New York State for these producers.
It takes
Yeah,
more than,
it takes more
than
than
100 cows to supply all the milk.
So how do you say that?
More than 10.
Highlighting the locally produced products.
Mhm. Well, but that's getting rid of the rural community impact.
Could you just say?
That's local.
Highlighting the import.
Impact on rural
rural
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that. Say
Yeah.
that again.
highlighting the impact of local production on rural.
Thank you.
Oh, well, local communities would be okay.
Or local.
Yeah. There's some farms right in, outside of Rochester, but would that be rural? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I know it is. That's true.
I would vote for local.
Or do.
I'm thinking a contract coming perfect. Targeting city and suburban communities, trying to get them to understand that milk doesn't come from too far down the road from you.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
Just say
Instead of just
local.
focusing on
community.
impact, local
Local instead of rural.
draws that circle a little bit wider. But not too wide to.
Impact of production on local communities or.
Instead of rural.
Eliminate the first local, so we only have local.
Well,
Oh, yeah, because we have local production.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Highlighting that impact.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like that it's local production, but maybe local production on communities maybe.
On,
New York State.
Production on New York State.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
maybe not even do New York, do on, close by communities or. We're trying to highlight why, that it's produced here and you're not too far down the road. It's like
We
on,
have local.
And New York says.
yeah, I guess so. Local production. Yeah.
Local to where.
So I think in the, still put something in for, you know, it's a local product produced 365 days a year. To provide nutritional, affordable, safe products, something like that. I don't know.
Just a comment. In between, consumers and highlighting, you know, I think you need to put and or, otherwise you're limiting it to highlighting the impact of local production.
I don't think you need, do you want and or on top? Oh, yeah.
I don't think you need it on top. I just think you need it there. Otherwise, you're limiting the whole thing to highlighting the impact of local production.
I might be like a devil's advocate saying that we want to highlight this in 2025 and we might change it in 2026.
Instead of and or for the second sentence. Farming practices among consumers while highlighting the impacts.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You really want to do both things.
That works.
No, it's implied.
All right, thanks. I think that's good. So can we put anything else in the descriptor? Or do we feel like it's enough with highlighting the importance of and impact of dairy farming in our rural communities? And we can move on.
Good. I mean, I totally in agreement with you on all this, so
Right.
I just think we need
Is
to,
there a way that we can?
I want
put
you to
in
make,
the,
feel good about it.
Supply of locally produced dairy.
In the
products.
descriptor?
In the descriptor. But if everybody.
I'm perfectly fine with this as long as it is our goal to change the focus of this goal. Because that's what we're doing. We're changing the focus.
There's a lot of focuses in this descriptor, I would say.
I wonder if we can somewhere put an impact of non-seasonal dairy farming, because we are a non-seasonal program. Or does that say what you want to say?
Say that one more time.
Non-seasonal dairy farming. 'Cause a lot of people are like, well, you're having all your calves right now. I'm like, no, I have calves every day of the week.
Right,
year,
right.
you know?
That's what I'm saying. It's
It's
365
not
days a year.
In the descriptor, you have highlighting the importance and impact of dairy farming in our rural communities. You want to add in impact of dairy farming year round in our rural communities.
Year round.
Say that again?
So in the descriptor,
Yeah.
it says, part of it says highlighting the importance and impact of dairy farming in our rural communities.
It's highlighted in red.
And we want to add in there dairy farming year round in our rural communities.
So just put year round, right, and after farming.
After farming and, yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I'm getting in the weeds too.
are we getting, is that, because that sounded like that's what you wanted, was something.
Yeah, maybe. Yep, I think that's fair, probably, but I think I've kicked this can around and I'd leave. Thank you, everybody. Yep. Yeah.
I think it'd be kind of interesting if someone would focus on the non-seasonal aspect, like social videos on what's it like in the winter, breaking the ice, going out and the sledging through the snow. People might really understand what we're and be interested in.
Okay.
All right, where are we at?
Second
Good.
to last.
Second to last one.
Second to last.
Thank you.
Develop and implement marketing strategies.
I have nothing on this one. This one's.
I think we put this one in when Sheila was, and we had all their, then we went to the Syracuse school that had 17 different ethnic groups.
I think there were 60 different languages.
Yeah, it was huge.
That was an eye opener, man.
Which had really good stuff come out of that.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
fantastic.
great.
Yeah, interesting.
Yep,
Recipes. and-
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
that's good.
Okay. Develop a research study identifying opportunity and challenges in the vitality of the dairy industry. This was, I think we put this in for Aimpoint.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, that's
We
what
don't do that
Aimpoint-
anymore.
If you want to keep this goal, yeah, it would change just one word.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Processing in New York State, it would change that to production in New York State. If the board wants to chase that.
Well, I mean, I don't know as if there's any reason that, if somebody can come to us as, I think if an organization can come to us and show us opportunities that it's gonna enhance our business, we should have that goal in there. Am I saying that correctly? Right? I mean, we don't wanna,
Keep us in business.
yeah. So you wanna change the growth of dairy production
Only to the point that
Is,
production in the state, you know, it's.
There's no processing.
It's
if
all
there's not
encompassing.
production.
So the production side, you know, challenges and opportunities in the state. There's both, right? We have both. And so that might be the next look at.
Instead of focusing on dairy processing, do dairy production in there.
Dairy production.
Yeah.
I think you could just
Like-
add production to
Yeah.
processing,
I was thinking that too.
because we don't want to discourage.
yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think we want to discourage processors.
And or.
Yeah, but weren't the processors the ones that weren't really interested in giving us information?
I think
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
more,
I think it's dead end
It's
almost.
challenging.
but I think that's more, they didn't want to show their cards more than anything.
There might be, like, I'd like to learn more about solar projects on dairy farms. Because I think we're
My
gonna be
area,
pushed.
that's
you know?
all you see.
But I don't want it on good ground.
Farmland.
Yeah.
I don't want it on land. They're not gonna make any more ground. But I think there's a lot more to learn about that, and whether it's positive or negative.
I think we all know.
Mm.
We all know there's a lot of flat ground being tied up there, but I don't know if that's the charge of this group, though. I don't know. if we
Agreed.
Put that in here.
We have
Well,
sustainable.
but I'm saying, like, I don't know, that, I don't even know if that goal is,
I'm just coming back to like the intent of either research or promotion.
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, you're right. It's already kind of a sustainable energy section. That's in there, yeah.
yeah, it's in there, but. I'm like, but can we ask someone to do that? Cause then it's not really what they can do. Like, I just think that goal is, it's great, but as far as what we do, I just feel gray about it. Like, it's hard for me to defend it if a dairy producer comes and asks me why we're focusing on that.
Like spend the whole day talking about that. I mean, the
Yep.
amount of money and generational, I mean, there's so many aspects to that. I'm fascinated by it as well. But there's a lot of flat land tied up, good agricultural ground. Very interesting.
There's a lot of it. Yeah, there's a lot of talk.
Bad.
And when you get out of their state and go to other states. Just recently been to the Midwest.
Worse out there.
No,
bad.
there's just a lot. There's a lot of it.
So you want to change, do you want to put the production in there? What do you want to do?
Suggested it, if you're, if we,
I mean, you could put the growth of dairy production / processing. I don't know.
Production and or process.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I
We can
would,
focus on either side of it. It's two.
I would
complete-
agree.
it's Two completely different things.
right.
Correct. Agree with you, Sarah,
Fair.
sure.
for both
I think it would be
sides.
interesting to see what it susses out from people.
Right,
It doesn't mean we have to do anything. I mean,
right,
right. Okay. Did you get that, Chris?
What are we doing?
Put,
Production / processing.
growth of dairy production and or processing.
That's there.
So what are we gonna do in regards to our dairy brands?
Do we need
Are we gonna
to
put in are we,
change the descriptor to include production also?
Yeah.
probably.
oh,
Point,
thank you, Alicia.
Alicia. Yep.
Just do the same thing, add in
You
used in
can.
dairy production and or
Mhm.
processing. and that
Yep,
should be good.
very good. Oh, you're right. I was gonna ask if there were new ones, and you're right. We have to figure out this branding thing.
Mhm.
Good, thank you. That's just what you're supposed to do, Larry. I was like, ooh. I know. All right, what fits Dean's thing out again? Just let's start there.
So Dean's comment was. He said, how about a simple statement at the beginning of the goals that say, where possible, the New York State dairy brand should be included in or supported by contracts funded by DPO. I think it's pretty,
I think, I like it.
Straightforward.
They-
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Starts us down the road.
do we have to have a goal that's,
Are we
do we
good?
have to have a goal that says that, or can we just put that in our RFA?
As in our description.
Of all of the, yeah,
General stuff.
RFA and C, but yes, there's like a,
Right. Of what the RFA is,
Yeah.
introduction and the RFA or whatever it's.
yeah.
That's gonna go back to Elizabeth.
That puts a lot more emphasis on it.
I would say.
So can we on the RFA put that statement?
In the introduction. Is there an introduction to the RFA? Yeah.
I would like
That'd be
that.
great.
All right, you pull that up.
No, I'm very bursting, Tim.
So the DoorDash guy bailed on our lunch.
What?
Antoine is going to get it.
Not your fault.
This is not your fault. What?
That's stupid.
Nobody here.
So
but us.
nobody would answer the door?
Nobody ever left them at the front that a delivery would be coming. And I left them a message, just come to the door. It's a business establishment. And so they returned it, but Anthony's gonna get it. So
They return
No.
it?
went back to the store and returned it all.
What
They
idiot?
don't want it to here. Why would they want it
You go
here?
Don't go down.
I
It's,
think that one probably doing some extra. for-
yeah, almost all of ours.
Anywho.
Listening to the conversation about the RFA, but I mean, it needs to be very clear in the goals of the descriptor. We can emphasize something, but it needs to be in the goals of the descriptor.
Hmm.
Right?
Right.
You can't put something in an RFA that's not.
Not in the rules.
Okay, so can we just do, then we just need to do a new goal, is that what you're saying?
Sounds like.
Yeah,
Or is it something that could be added to one of the goals you currently have and then in a descriptor?
We were just gonna add it to the front of 3, right?
The front
Oh,
of
which one?
our,
The third one, the proactively improve the image,
oh,
the one that has to do with, oh, which is the one that does that? The call to action and the consumer, that's the one that's under, right?
I think we should just. Carl.
Yep, I would agree.
Let's make it one. Let's.
Just keep it simple. Keep it simple. We want to see collaboration partner and what they can bring. I like what,
It doesn't make a requirement.
right,
It's a goal. Where possible.
yep, I like what Dean wrote. Or suggested. Sadly, Larry's the only one that's got that on his phone,
It
and
doesn't-
I don't remember
It
it.
can eliminate some new ideas of thought, but maybe encompassing under the umbrella. So.
And I can't paraphrase it, in my mind, I can't either. What he said.
Where possible.
Yeah.
Or we could say, or build on. Then right there.
Mm-hmm. I think it said something about that, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Build that.
There you go.
Oh.
You wrote it.
We just need your notes again.
The exact verbiage was, where
He's on the
possible,
line.
where possible, the New York dairy brand should be included in or supported by contracts funded by DPO.
I like it.
Brand should be included. In or supported by contracts funded by DPO.
I don't think you said built upon.
We put that in the description.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And feel free to change that. It's just, the concept is that it's, if wherever possible, if we can support the brand, I think it's good to do.
We can just do that as soon as done.
I would think so.
Carl's got a good description for it.
Not really, I just said build up. I guess it's either, you know, refer back to the brand or build upon the brand or, you know, something like that. So we're not discounting new ideas, we can incorporate new things, but within what we've already.
Do we just want that one brand or do we want to, like, all the existing brands that we want to support?
See,
Dairy for Good just become New York Dairy for Good.
That's why I like New York Dairy for Good too. I like that too.
And then you know it's a New York thing, you know?
Yep,
Mm,
and they have offshoots of that.
Dairy for Good is trademark. Yeah,
So is New York Dairy.
What could be trademark, New York Dairy?
There you go.
Rebrand a little bit. To kind of coalesce the two.
I love that, because I like that message. I mean,
Yeah, it's a great message and then it
Mhm.
kind of ties them together.
But I don't want to exclude like Milk for Life because I think they do awesome stuff.
Milk what? I don't think anybody's, I
No,
think
not
it's that partnership, for Health is already on this partnership with New York Dairy. So
that would be asked that question for the moment.
the same with
Did we,
New York Animal Ag and New York Ag in the Classroom and MQuack. So those are the partners on their website.
Okay, so there you have them all.
But I think it would help new contractors that want to come in to have a better understanding.
Yeah.
There is, yeah, and it takes a lot of money to, like, survive.
That's what I understand.
so how do we word, how do we ask that question, Casey?
This is not.
Okay, that's what we were wondering, or,
So
no.
I'm wondering,
So, question, yeah, go ahead.
So this is why I asked in the very beginning, like, we gotta take a step back and understand how we got to this whole branding discussion. The DPO has that brand, but that discussion I thought was taking place in the event that Bert wasn't funded, right? Am I correct in that?
Mhm.
And he's still funded, or that entity is still funded, and that is a brand that they've built. So now that we're having this conversation, I feel like you're potentially sending everything through what Burt Media built without, like, what if somebody had something that was horrible and you're saying it's gotta go through that brand? They've spent all this time building it and now this person wants to come in and.
Well, we wouldn't fund it, would we? I mean,
Say you funded the contract.
oh, and you're saying it's horrible.
In here, it's all gotta go under Bert's brand or that brand that. Right. So that's the part that I was confused about in the beginning, is the clarity around that one brand being under the control of the board. Even though Burt Media has built it and is contracted to have that brand.
but that's not his brand. That's New York State brand. That's our brand.
Correct, but what Casey, I think Casey's going down the road that if something,
If we have an incident.
I wanna say it
Well-
bluntly, but I don't dare.
No,
If something falls apart or something goes to shit, it's gonna fall back
It's
on.
like everyone picks on
Bert.
analogies, right? You have a pickup truck, but when you bought the pickup truck, it was your pickup truck, but now people like your truck, so they're gonna throw stuff in the back of your truck. And they want you to haul it because you've got a good truck.
It's good.
Happens every
That's
day.
kind of what I feel like when I hear the discussion. I'm like, I don't know if that's where Burt Media is And I don't know if that's my clear understanding of that brand, that you have the ability to say everybody's got to go under that brand.
I'm not saying everyone has to, or just saying, if possible, we should try, if it's good content, it should probably be in New York State, like, we should have it under our brand. Like, why,
But
I
think
don't
that's
want
a
another
different
brand.
discussion Of, is it solely our brand?
I don't know, we paid for it, is it not ours? Thought it was.
I thought it was. I thought Jacob told us it was our brand.
It's on here. We
I know.
clarified
Question
that.
of who curates what goes under that.
Bingo, that's the
That's a
second
good-
question too.
And if he doesn't like a content, I would think he would come to someone on our board and say, I don't like this content, I think there's some concerns with it. We have advisors that can look at it and say, you're right, it's probably not what we need to be doing.
Clarity in the beginning on that
Right.
part of the ownership part was in the context, if they weren't to be funded again, I thought that came back to us, but because we funded them consistently. it's
I don't-
Being,
I don't remember that particular
okay,
understanding.
okay.
Jacob's not with us anymore, is he?
No.
That is where the conversation originated, because at one point you guys were thinking of not.
Yes.
Yes.
You're right.
They're worried about the brand.
And that's where you were asking about who owns that.
Yes, yes.
And
I know,
we own it.
I thought he said that we own
The
it.
first answer was that we do not.
Exactly. I think you're right.
What's that?
The first answer when we asked that was Bert owned it and we did not.
Right.
Right,
But then
but then it went back and it got clarified that
we do own.
I'm pretty
Indian,
sure.
But the context was that if we weren't to fund it, it was ours. So that's my.
That, I understand what you're saying.
So my analogy of the pickup truck, right? Everybody's now throwing stuff in my truck because it's a great truck.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say, yours
But,
is.
but let's go with Casey, let's go with that. If you got a fantastic truck that everybody recognizes as the standard, do you want everybody buying their own truck?
Well, but aren't you as a truck owner gonna say, hey, wait a minute, I'm not hauling everybody else's stuff? That's my point.
Well, are we not asking everybody to collaborate? Yes, we are funding individual contractors for individual things, but are we not asking everyone to collaborate and share?
Encouraging.
But if someone comes down, what if we never force it, you're not forced it again?
I just feel like you're taking an existing contractor and asking more of that individual than anybody else because of this brand thing.
Then he better ask for more money.
I think, come on, chime in here. You're back there. Yes, you can chime in. Come on.
I'm with Casey on this because, so I look at it as Bert is the manager of that brand. You guys own that brand. He's the manager of that brand. He's contracted till the end of the year to manage that. It'd be really difficult for other contractors, in my opinion, to create content under that brand and then say, hey, Jacob, go put that on, your website, on your social. When in reality, like, his team is managing that. He's got a path, he's got a plan. It'd be different, like you said, if you don't fund him, then it's up for grabs for who's that next contractor that's going to manage that. I don't see 4 or 5 or 6 contractors being able to, it's different than collaborating.
Okay.
Collaborating on content versus managing a brand, I think, is different. The other thing that is in my mind is if you make a goal like you have written up there, that's also not necessarily, it's separate. So when I go to make our proposal, my projects don't fall into every single one of those categories. So I could come to you with 4 projects and not a single one of them falls into the New York Dairy because I don't check that goal. And so I might come to you with a new brand, I might come to you with 3 new projects, but I don't want to get into the New York Dairy. I want my own brand. I'm not going to check that goal box.
But our goal is not to fund a new brand, and that's why we're putting it there.
Right, right, but just so you know, like if you want every single project that comes to you to check that goal box. If it's a separate goal and nobody comes and doesn't check that goal as one of the goals, then none of their
Yeah,
projects.
that's why I was not looking for it as a separate goal. I was just
Right.
looking for it kind of as a directive.
As a directive.
That's all. That's all.
You
I was
don't
looking
think there's people out there that just want to make content, that don't want to manage a website?
I don't know.
And this was the struggle that I had when we first started talking about the brand. I don't know if we'd have to do a little bit of homework on that to make sure that that's in the confines.
So are we back to just making sure people know that collaboration is what the board would like to see? I mean.
That's a safe place, 100%. And I'm not trying to be difficult. I just am concerned.
No, I think.
That.
I agree with this a lot. Cause I also think it's gonna limit like what people are willing to do or wanting to do.
Can we collaborate with existing brands so that people will at least take the time to look at existing brands?
Isn't that part of like you said we're gonna change the introduction letter?
She said if the introduction letter means nothing, you've got to put it in the goals.
I don't think we need to have an official goal. Every meeting that we have with all of our contractors, we are constantly praising the people who collaborate and we thank them constantly.
Agree.
We're constantly saying, that's awesome. We didn't invent a new wheel. You
But
shared
you
your
are
wheel.
scoring though the proposals on collaboration, so.
If you don't have collaboration in there, they don't know. New provider.
More of a, would that be something you can have is more of a descriptive, is other goal? Collaboration, would that be a separate goal? I don't know that you would have that as a separate goal.
I think it needs to be in the descriptor.
Do some of the other goals.
Well, then what do you want to do? Go into every single one and collaborate?
No, just the social one, the social media.
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Thinking.
I think we made it very clear that we appreciate and expect.
I would agree.
I don't think we can. Because I'm really worried you're gonna limit somebody's idea of thought because you're like, oh, they don't want a new idea or a new separate thing. Yes, we have a brand sort of, we have several different brands, but if somebody comes up with like a really cool idea and they're like, man, they're not even gonna fund it, we're not gonna bother with it. I don't wanna limit people that way. It doesn't take very long to listen to a new idea.
Elizabeth
Always
is
think-
on.
Okay.
I like the idea of just encouraging collaboration and
Bunch of folks there.
I just think.
Who is, gotta give me whoever buys.
I still think we should put collaboration in the goal.
Yeah, put it in the system,
Sure.
say encouraging
Encourage.
collaboration
Yeah.
when possible, or where it makes sense.
Because I think that is a goal of ours and it should be
Well, I
written somewhere.
agree.
I'm not saying they gotta collaborate with only New York Dairy, but I think they need to collaborate if they're making content with the.
I'm agreeing with you. I just don't know how we.
You also leave it open on the type of collaboration. On
Collaborate, yeah.
how you collaborate, like how Bert and us collaborate is different than how he collaborates with somebody else. So it leaves that open for options.
I fully agree.
So just say which goal you're looking at, because I'm not sure which one you're looking at.
It's the
One is the social.
proactively
That's what I'm
improving
asking.
dairy products and dairy producer farming practices, right? That one?
Number 3, I like the positive. Yes, just throw in there and collaborate with other current marketing brands where possible.
I think that sounds.
So do we want to do that like right now? I mean, it's only fair. I'm totally with you.
So the question is that we've allowed the people in the room to provide input. We need to allow everybody to provide input. And so, right?
Yeah.
Everybody agree?
Yeah, I would.
So everybody that's on
So so Elizabeth can unmute everyone, and then Elizabeth can ask in order if anybody has any comments, otherwise we're all gonna talk over the top of each other, so you have to.
And we know we got public comment, and I know I don't know.
Yeah, public comment, I feel like it's a little bit different.
Yeah, I agree, but I know I don't know where our time frame is. I know we're a touch over, but that's okay. We got time. Okay, so, Elizabeth is gonna take control here for a second and
Thankfully.
mute everybody, and then she's gonna ask if they have comments.
Sitting here. How's there? It's not going anywhere.
One by one.
So Elizabeth is gonna go one by one and unmute you.
If you don't have anything to say, that's okay too.
Right.
When you're on the spot, get your prepared statements ready to go.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Grace, do you have anything to add?
Hey, everybody. I'll be brief. I just wanted to, I appreciate the conversation. We have had some really great conversations with New York Dairy and NYAC and our partnership, our monthly calls and collaborations. I just wanted to underscore the reasoning why last year we really kicked off the Dairy for Good brand, which I have no issues if you'd prefer to fall under New York Dairy at all. I do feel like there should be a focused and sustained message around environmental sustainability practices, just with all of the education that needs to happen with some of our consumers who happen to be policymakers that we keep seeing in the news, right? The anti-CAFO bill, we have Owasco and other watersheds and things going on there. The Green Amendment has implications. That was a year or two ago that passed. We're seeing attacks on Cornell funding. And I think, there's a lot of other reasons why, too, we're targeting some of the videos and topics that we are to educate on a lot of these fronts. And then, as mentioned earlier in the meeting, the toolbox allows for an opportunity for our producers and industry partners to then share that content as well, organically on their own channels and with their own networks. So I appreciate, the board considering and trying to identify a way that we can continue to share that message. And I'm totally on board with whatever, shape that takes and what that might look like. And I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Cindy, do you have anything to add?
I guess I'll just say that, as far as collaboration, we have made working relationships and worked with several of the other vendors throughout the year and look forward to continuing that. On this, most of that has been more on like the event or the program side versus on the social media side, because we, have a pretty robust digital and social media campaign, both on the lines of health and wellness, of animal care and environmental stewardship, as well as our Saber Recipes campaign. So, but we are certainly open to working with the other groups so that we can, just do the best we can collectively to, raise up and promote and sell more New York dairy. So I think that's what we're here to do.
Thanks, Cindy.
Joanne, do you have anything to add?
No, really nothing to add. Just wanting, I'm taking all this down and being able to relate this to John, who's on vacation. Just looking for your dates of when the RFA will go out and when there will be that fall meeting, so that I can communicate that with our team.
Any of the other.
You're definitely trying.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, boy, she's,
I don't know what to tell you, but you're trying. I mean,
what's on?
She has to refresh that.
Oh, okay.
They might not be.
oh,
Okay.
oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Can't refresh people are not there. You know what I mean?
I have
That's
that.
right.
We're good? So where does this leave us? She can if she wants.
So did the collaboration get added to this one or did not get added? Because we were talking about that, the third one, we were talking about.
Where are you at here? I'm sorry, on the collaboration. I know we talked about it, but,
Yeah, we just said
but we
that
weren't gonna, I didn't think we were going to.
we were just going
limit.
to put in a collaborative,
Jam.
yeah, just in the descriptor, just collaborative,
Collaborative efforts between vendors is appreciated.
Yeah.
To,
But I'm gonna go back to what Sarah said. Well,
no, it's just what we've been saying, I think.
right, so you wanna put it in the description.
it's just
Okay.
to collaborate. Nothing,
Did you get that, Elizabeth?
Of which,
just a broad one.
where do you want it within the description?
The, yep, the
Yes.
third one.
Good as.
Just-
Yeah.
We did the other.
Yeah.
Old one. I would just say the wording is expected to document or to collaborate, document, track and share.
Collaborate. Or.
Well, just put collaborate. I don't think we have to make it that exact, do we?
It's good. Use our imagination.
So, but we do need to go back to the brand. Somehow or another, we kind of start there and then we kind of way this way and we go back and then we
Yes,
way this.
we were
I
thinking
guess,
of not doing the branding because, we just,
This other.
right, because it sounds like it's gonna tie hands.
so we're gonna,
Are we, I
That's
think
what I
that's a
thought.
fair, direct question to ask people.
So I think, we put collaboration, kind of reiterated it, and, if there's somebody comes up with a whole new brand idea, we can have fun. We have
Right.
these customers, they can pay attention to what we're talking about, and so we kind of can take care of ourselves, so.
and that does go back to Sarah's point of
Not hinder.
if Kenny Drugs is gonna do the dairy ferry, why not if it sells milk?
So the way that I'm looking at it, 'cause this now, like listening to this, so I just don't have some of the stories you guys tell about previous vendors and projects and stuff, The way that I'm looking at it is we don't have,
Why don't
your
you?
seats not have just one brand or one person selling milk. Isn't that the whole point of the board? Is to divvy up the funds to find different ways. No, if you wanted just one thing, we would have just one company taking care of it all. And I thought the whole idea behind this is to not do that and to have lots of different ideas and reach lots of different avenues. The way that I'm picturing this, the dairy or New York Dairy as what is the social media. You can, all the different vendors that are making content, doing things, having activities, he can share all that and move that around. He doesn't necessarily need to make any of it. So all of this stuff can get shared in your dairy, but I don't think we want one, we're not gonna have just one thing. We have lots of really good things going on. maybe New York Dairy is our social media handle that just happens to pass it along or share it and try to get more followers, but like they share the stuff that these guys do. They can share a research thing that comes up, that an article that comes up, they can share all that stuff. That's how I'm seeing streamlining one area, but covering all of the different things that the board spends
You
money.
can share an Ohio Rotary.
Well, then you got feedback. Wasn't well liked.
Sorry, Alicia, just had to get you there.
I think your point, you want us to require it.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
just.
You don't want us to, and I appreciate that. I think you're right.
One company.
Right.
All of this, and what are we doing here? Just to give.
No, I think the collaboration point is good to have in the written goals, just because I don't think any of us want to see people making videos of the same
thing.
and using resources. What we're trying to do is have those resources spread as far as we can. And if there's, so I think we're all, I think the discussion was good though. I think it was good discussion. It was a little painful, but it was good because we kicked that can now again of saying the branded is not where we're headed. And that's okay because now we know that.
And I think we would all agree that over the past 3-4 years, Eileen, correct me if I'm wrong, but the collaboration thing and the videos of the same thing done by 4 different companies has slowed down, right? I mean, we don't see Nyack's not out there grabbing, going to Patterson Farms. Dane's not going out and going to Patterson Farms. Milk for Health isn't going out.
The mobile dairy experience, were you able to pull the videos from different?
We didn't shoot a single video of our own.
So that to me is
Think how much money that's.
awesome.
Yeah,
And that's their expertise.
Right, I think it's awesome.
Agree.
So yes, I think that's a good example
I
of
think we've moved forward big time.
huge. So I think
So
better use of funds.
the where possible, that's ixnayed, no more.
I really think where possible, they should collaborate, but.
Well, no, the
branding.
collaboration, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, Roberta, I didn't
Yeah.
finish my sentence, I'm sorry. Yes, the New York branding is kind of just up in the air, and if it can be a collaborative effort of, if a new contractor comes in and wants to collaborate with Jacob and say, hey, how do I make this work with New York Dairy branding?
Yep. And it wouldn't hurt anybody's feelings to see more dairy stand out among New York State. So that
Yes.
everybody knows we're number 5, right? So
Yeah.
with the diverse production, right?
Yeah.
That's good. So
Dairy states.
that's good.
Other questions? Other comments on goals? Carl? Roberta? Jason's shaking no. Julie?
I think it's great work, everybody.
Judy? Alicia?
We cut a wide swath.
What's that?
I think we cut a wide swath. We should have a lot of different, I would hope, contractors coming in.
Sarah?
Yes.
Kim? Dean, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Yep, no problem.
Fantastic discussion. I guess we gotta make our goal meeting a little bit longer next year. Either that or our board discussion, actually, our board discussion part was actually the biggest. That was probably a lot longer than the 20 minutes,
But that
but
was good discussion too, I think.
so we do need to,
Have a
oh.
tool that wasn't time pertinent.
Yes.
So thank you for,
But the
I
guys
think-
off shift now, they.
and
They'll do what they want.
we're not getting lunch apparently, so what the heck, we do need,
I don't know the timeliness of all of them, though. My favorite one was in Batavia when they had to break down, right? We went through each treatment, they were running non-dairy.
I wasn't on that tour. I heard about that though.
that was,
I did hear about that.
yeah.
So we do need a motion to accept goals as,
So moved.
any other discussion, questions, concerns? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Ag and Markets, do you have anything further for us? By the way, thank you, Katie, for making it.
Thank
Do you have anything you'd like to share, sans that you weren't here at the beginning of the meeting?
Just how excited I am to do it. I really, been around the state quite a bit already, and our travels will be continuing in the next couple of weeks. But I'm really excited to see the community kind of where dairy is headed. I think, obviously over the last couple of months, we've had some really exciting announcements and, at any one time, talk to the commissioner, we usually have about 8 projects in the pipeline. So we're really excited to see a lot of those projects now coming to fruition, being announced, and we're excited to come.
And you weren't here, but I did share with Casey and Elizabeth and Chris. It would be nice to see the commissioner again at some point in time. Not that we don't like to see you, but we kind of like to see Commissioner Ball at some point. That's okay.
Fortunately, he got pulled to New York City.
We know he's pretty busy and he's got a lot of things going on, and I know I feel that over the past several years that this board has done really good things. And I know he's very confident in us. He's shared that with me several times, but, and I'm glad he's happy with what we're doing, and we've got a great team and a great board, and I appreciate that. I know when you come to us, when you come and say, geez, I'm thinking about not doing this again, I beg, and I think that it's always good that you guys are here, and I do appreciate, and I know he does too. So I'm sorry, Julie, go ahead.
I was just gonna say thanks to the team at Ag and Market.
Yes.
They certainly go above and beyond making these meetings really good, and it's fun that you're all up to go someplace different, because I think that's good too. I appreciate Roberta
Yeah.
letting us come to her place today, so it's fun. I think that's the real fun part about this, is getting out and seeing different things, so.
Yeah, agree, totally.
Definitely the advisory board, with a lot of support and everything that we did, from the department. Appreciate all that.
So you are going to put out to the contractors, just kind of a summary, quick, you're gonna throw something together to the contractors that if they want somebody from DPO, they need to have that ready for the July meeting.
So we're gonna finish up that process, and I think the board needs to vote on that process. That's going to be the official way that the board behaves.
Okay, so we need to do that now.
Can we
That-
make a
well, we don't
motion?
have that. I don't think we have that. Look at Elizabeth. Yes, no? Okay, very good, that's fine.
So we can't vote on it today, or we can?
Why can't, just asking, why
You're already
can't we?
acting like I said no, Larry.
I'm not saying. Well, you did. You looked at her.
Well, because we're
If you
building
didn't
a
want-
draft, I didn't want to put.
Yeah, but why does it have to be any
different?
different than what we do for DMI's annual meeting?
Oh.
Why does it have to be any different than what we do for that?
Because now we're changing the let's talk about that. I mean, what we've done,
Too.
what's that?
That rolls the MI, the annual meeting over to this new process, new procedure.
Why? Why is it any different than what we've done for DMI since we've always done it, Kim? I mean, basically, the board has always said, okay, who wants to go to DMI? DPO is gonna pay for it. Why is it any different?
So you could, and I'm gonna look at Katie and put her on the spot. Just kidding. I think you could I think there should be you could do a motion by the board for Ag and Markets to design a process for official DPO representation at contractor meetings.
But I don't want it to go.
Based on the DMI Facebook?
Can
you do that?
My concern is if we don't get something in place, we're gonna miss out another whole year of annual meetings.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have that happen this year. Sorry, I'll be.
Wondering if there's a fast track.
No, I'm not saying no to your motion. I'm saying okay to your motion as long as it's going to
Be ready.
Fast
be
track.
ready for that, the contractors can provide us in July.
In concept, that's why I'm saying we're not far off in concept.
You need a motion to keep going, is that right?
Just for us to create a process. We discussed the process. We just need to put it on paper so we can hand the contractor what they need to do.
And you can do that without us having to reconvene and re-vote, right?
And accept it.
Perfect.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, if you accepted what I pitched earlier today, which is on the official, in the official minutes.
Do you need a motion for that?
Well, Larry said no.
I did.
I'll make the motion.
I think, I don't think it needs a motion. I think we all discussed it and let it go. Get it done.
Yeah, but I think Casey needs a motion to move forward.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Oh,
Let's,
Right, if the concept we discussed works,
Build that.
then we'll just build it out into a form.
Yes.
Then we will formally send it out to the contractors and say, this is what you need to do. And then the calendar thing, like how did we notify contractors on the calendar? Oh, they were present. Okay. I didn't know if there was official correspondence on that one. That's fine.
We could add it.
Well, we will reiterate the calendar and then, because it's important to get those on that so that you have an awareness of those. And then further, if they request representation, and then we're going to have to figure out how to handle the official business publicly for who's going where and who's invited, or the invite that's going to come through us. Heather pointed out in the background a great comment. We would use the DPO mailbox for those requests, and that will be on the document.
great.
I would move that the department move forward and create a process and outline for DPO members to attend contractors' annual meetings and or events
I'll second that.
Member of
as a,
I'll second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I lost my train of thought now because I was just thinking something else too. September meeting.
Oh.
That's what I was thinking. of.
In Syracuse.
It's one day. Sorry about that, guys. That was kind of my fault.
on Monday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the 14th.
I will take the blame for that. I apologize, but I am going to see Caitlin Clark play basketball on Tuesday.
Oh.
Okay, so I don't have that on.
I paid $500 a ticket,
So
so
it's
yeah.
January 14th.
I'd like to see her.
Gotcha.
Pretty sweet, huh?
Reschedule the vacation.
Oh,
So September. So here is the little challenge. Are we going back to Cornell? Because if we're gonna go upstairs in that hot box, I am not interested. Sorry.
I did like the other. meeting
I'll sit
was
out
Great.
parking lot room first. Wow.
And the old
You
first
weren't
day.
there the first day. You were sick.
Yeah, you were in the hotel.
Yeah. You were in your hotel room.
The second day was great.
I think it's just finding if it's available, right?
Oh, we have a serious discussion over in the corner behind the manila folder, so we're gonna have to wait a second here.
Down that same room 2 days.
But just one.
Potentially, it depends on what's booked in there already.
Already there.
So
Earlier.
I'm gonna look as soon as you tell me what dates, but.
Oh, well, what dates are free?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, tell us free dates.
Yeah, that might be.
Bye-bye. Yep.
Oh, you got the schedule for the room? Oh,
I know, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You came, Nicole.
Good thing you came.
So we already did a doodle poll, right? On that, on the dates.
I didn't.
We do a doodle poll on that one? I thought the doodle poll was under July one.
I don't know, I already had these in the phone, we must have agreed on it.
For September?
What do you have for September?
I was asked when we couldn't make it, and I think the first was September.
Oh, I don't have that.
Missed a doodle poll.
I've got
So
September
the
8th and
split
9th for
was-
DPO meeting in September.
I think 3 of you couldn't do the first week I proposed, and 3 of you couldn't do the second week.
That's not good.
In September?
Okay, so we did do that, yeah.
So I want to talk about.
I think I missed that in the November meeting.
And this is nothing against Cornell. You are a land grant user.
Mhm.
But we have a concern over a contractor or a proposed contractor hosting us for that meeting. Hate me all you want.
I'm not gonna hate you. It's been there for. Yes,
Let's be concerned from other.
be quiet.
So we'd like to use a neutral site for that meeting.
I think.
If you say the New York State Fairgrounds, I'm gonna say no.
Yeah.
It depends. There's a better room in that facility.
Yes, there is.
You will find a wonderful meeting site that is neutral. Sorry. And it's not because of anybody going over any lines, it's just to keep it squared up. Because we don't go to any other contractors for that meeting.
So the fairgrounds,
You said fairgrounds, we didn't.
I did, but
it's
I
because
guess that room that we've already, yeah.
it's a good room. It's-
So since Danielle is,
And good thing Eileen comes to get everything hooked up.
Yeah, that room's.
I may be tired, so I don't know if I.
That's gonna stink.
That one, she's like, I got a number.
I got a guy.
Save the day.
Since the restaurant Danielle is closed, can you meet where that was?
Well, that's just a new contract that's got going up with something else.
Any new buildings in the new?
We will look,
Offices.
we'll take a look, we'll try to make it as user friendly as possible. We can also look on the map and find out what the centroid is for everyone and see what that looks like.
Isn't.
No, there isn't.
Well, there is, if you plug in everybody's address and
Because I just,
The spot is in the middle of nowhere.
that's also effective. It's our first outdoor retreat, but.
Enjoy the tent and the porta potty.
So we gotta pick a date.
but the problem is finding a place that doesn't charge us, right? I mean,
There's that.
And has good video and internet. Feed and
DFA.
Yeah, it is. We have to talk about that. They're not a contract or proposed, but yeah.
Does Burn Dairy have anything?
Cayuga?
We'll have to.
Burn
take-
Dairy for
right.
does Cuca have a big enough room?
Well, tomorrow I'll find out. Tomorrow I'll go open house.
These type of events.
Because I know
They're
the.
supposed to be. Last time I was in
building
there.
had Just small rooms.
No, the new one is supposed to have one when I was in there last. I haven't seen it.
So you want a date?
So it's not, and then we'll get back to.
Not yet.
presentation, just we have a date.
It's a problem.
And if we propose the date, they can tell us yea or nay, and then we're not going back to the drawing board, so we're basically on.
I mean, I can ask somebody at Cuba if you want me to. I mean, we don't do any contract work with them, so.
Yeah, and if the room's free.
Yeah, just would need.
What do you want,
to be able
Katie?
to include all the contractors.
Right.
Proposed contractors, so.
Right.
Well, Canandaigua has, or why did I say that? Auburn has plenty of hotels.
I mean,
What's the date?
Portland has a good, meeting.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. Elizabeth has the floor.
Bigger than this,
Yeah.
It's probably
Go
about
ahead,
the
Elizabeth.
same.
Can we just confirm a date, and it doesn't have to be a Monday, Tuesday, it can be a Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever works. But it needs to be in September.
I am unavailable 15th to the 17th, so doesn't matter when or where I.
Dean said he can't be there 17th and 18th. I cannot be there the 10th.
I can't.
I don't want to be there
So we're
the
back to the 8th and the 9th.
11th or 12th.
So it's not the first or, it's not the week of the 8th or the 15th by the sounds.
9th, maybe.
I can do the 8th and 9th.
Jason can't do the 8th and 9th.
Oh, you can't.
I would prefer 2.5 days, just because the number of contracts we're getting, I'd rather overshoot, you know what I'm saying? Because we don't know how many we're gonna get. And I don't want to book 2 dates and then someone has to leave before the voting.
Yeah, we can't.
About the 22nd, 23rd, or 24th.
And push it back that week.
We can or we can't.
Can, it'll just be tight on the contractors getting us back the paperwork, but they were very, very good last year, other than the EST cleanups.
I mean, I think we all know corn won't be then, probably. It'll be.
No, it's,
The first
Right,
week.
that's what I'm saying. We can't really do it that late, so.
The first week, nobody can do the first week of September.
Well, it's,
It's the first week of school.
it's crazy.
Holiday.
The 22nd, 23rd, 24th.
I'm just throwing that out there.
About the only other option.
I'm sorry.
Really?
I think for all of us to make it.
Whoa.
I didn't have us only book dates and all of a sudden. paper prepares.
We talked about this before, June. that
I like
it was
long
gonna
days.
be-
I know. It's just, yes.
The challenge,
Uh,
and I agree with you, Roberta, the longer days starting at 6:30 or 7, but when you get to the outside world, other than Cornell,
You're
aren't
right.
starting before 8 AM.
No, I know.
You're not gonna get into a farm credit office before 8 AM. You're not gonna get, that's the
I might
problem.
get into Cuca before then. They run 24/7.
Doesn't matter. Well, depends on their office. That's the problem. That's a totally different office.
Production versus.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know. Lisa will come in and let us in. Come on, Lisa Ford.
Oh, yeah, no,
Step
getting
up.
it, but it's all the people that are gonna present.
Right.
Oh,
That's what he's talking about.
So are we the week of the 22nd?
I don't see another option, right? I mean,
When's the fair? That's over by then.
It's over by then.
yeah.
First.
yeah.
Oh, that's why it can't be the 15th or the 17th, Sarah, too.
What's the
Yeah.
15th through the 17th?
Harrisburg.
Oh,
Sounds like you got one option.
sounds like we got the week of the 22nd.
Okay, do we want to do it, do we want to do it Monday, Tuesday, or do we want to do it Tuesday, Wednesday?
Tuesday, Wednesday.
I'd prefer Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm with Carl on that one.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So we're not doing 2.5 days, 2 days?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
No Thursday.
Or
No
do you want to
Thursday.
do a Monday afternoon? Can you do that?
Because you have such a
Depends on
drive.
how
that's,
far, right?
Depends on where.
Just saying, I thought you said 2.5 days, so.
Make sure that, like, we didn't do a Monday, Tuesday, and then half the board has to move on Wednesday when we have 20 contractors that we need to vote on the next one. Does that make sense?
I'm still thinking we need to say it's 2 days or 2.5 days.
I think we say 2.5 days and she sees how many RFAs she's get.
So I'll.
And if it's 2 days,
We have to go,
could you,
I can't do it on the Thursday, so
okay,
I'm saying. That's why I'm trying to,
gotcha.
I have.
No, that's-
something
Monday,
scheduled at
Tuesday,
the farm that
Wednesday.
day.
So
So why don't we plan for noon on Monday till Wednesday?
What dates are we on?
Cut that Monday, or we can cut out. the
22nd, Dean.
Monday, the 22nd through the 24th.
Because we were tight last year.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
So what are we gonna do on a half day? Are we gonna start
Start
listening to them?
Yeah.
So
I might be done at noon on Wednesday, or might have to take.
I like that thought though.
Right.
We're done the,
Uh-oh.
the DMI board meeting needs to be, September 22nd.
Carol can be,
DMI has a big meeting that week.
We're gonna have some of us or not some of us.
Right.
I think it's.
You can come to it, you can come to, it, right? I
So,
mean,
Or
so,
maybe do like.
I'm sorry.
Carl, wait, then if we.
They meet the whole week?
He can't be there for Monday.
I think it's
So,
just saying.
But he-
DMI needs to know.
something, that's fine.
Oh, if they,
Can't miss the
is
end.
that National Milk?
The end is the most important.
Right, so if he misses, so I think.
So in other words, what you're saying is that John and Jenny can't make it.
yeah, Lord.
Jenny was on.
They want money? I think that a lot of money.
Like
taken
this
from
one.
someone, I would think.
Oh, Jason couldn't do it.
Not many other options. For the majority.
They will miss the meeting. Just wanting you to know. It's only 10 million. They can do without it. I'm saying, you want money, show up. That's-
It is important, this city.
It is important, but
So I think we want to make it.
I have no
We gotta
idea.
check, we gotta check it. Oh,
What's that?
Because John will be there.
all right.
Be at
I
DMI.
just texted Jenny to see.
Is that what you're saying, Elizabeth?
I'm thinking she needs like, our meeting,
I would tell you John will be at our meeting.
and yeah, DPO meeting.
Okay.
So.
Not to be.
I mean, it's not like the whole group has to be
Right.
one place or the other. There's enough of them, I would.
Well, and I think Jenny didn't come anyways, Lisa and Michael,
I think they've got enough of a team.
they've got a good enough.
I mean.
Yeah. 22nd through the 20,
Except
noon on
for
Monday,
where?
noon on Monday to noon to afternoon Wednesday. I'm with Sarah. I like her optimism. We'll be done at noon on Wednesday.
Yeah. Both.
If we have to go until 3 o'clock on
It's okay.
Wednesday, we have to, right? Is that fair? I know you can't make it, but is that okay with the rest of the week? Yeah.
So now I just gotta find the location.
You're good with it. Leave him alone.
I think,
Malone doesn't have any contract work. What is that university up there?
Elizabeth,
No,
you good?
Malone, what's the, no, right, is pro quos.
Oh, I was more, are we good with the meeting date and time?
Okay.
Figure out a location. Find a lovely location.
All right.
I mean, I don't know this and you guys do, but I mean, do hotels really charge that much for a meeting room? Oh, okay. I just kind of thought that was odd.
Are cheaper than others, but if you want a decent sized meeting room.
With all the AV stuff and everything else. Okay.
And there is enough meeting space around the state. Because there's enough other facilities in the state. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you get it out this way in Syracuse area, I mean, Carl and I are the only two that really have a drive. I mean, and that's what, 2.5 hours for you? Sir, yeah, 3, same for me. So I mean, it's basically him and I, everybody else is within 2 hours. I mean, Judy's an hour and a half. What are you, 45 minutes? You're an hour and a half. I mean, I'm speaking for Carl and I shouldn't be, but I mean, Syracuse is, yeah, I'm with you on that.
Because probably Cornell's 4 for you, right? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's big enough.
Yeah, I mean, if the DFA office, I mean, that's totally, I mean, whatever they want to do. But that is the challenge a little bit with like the DFA office, and I would tell you probably the Huga is they aren't going to start before 8 AM, which.
I could ask, but I don't know that without asking.
And I mean, for contractors, probably Syracuse is, most of our contractors, I would tell you, probably Syracuse is pretty central. Plus anybody who's flying in, DMI or whoever else is.
Meeting in certain.
There's probably lots of.
You gonna pick the lock and turn the lights on or what? Okay.
Does the, wonder if the
All right.
bank has any.
Public comment. Anybody want to say anything?
What's the Cornell Cooperative Extension Building like in Syracuse? They're not a vendor or a contract.
I think it's pretty small.
Oh, we can't unmute anybody, so, oh, wait a minute, here we go.
DFA office.
Okay. Everybody is unmuted except for
Do you want to ask if it's closed out?
Jacob, not on?
This meeting?
Okay.
Oh, I think it's.
Any comments?
I wouldn't want to.
Heather, how are you? You're unmuted. Tell us what you think.
I think you guys are all fantastic and do such a great job and really appreciate it.
Thank you. How's your new role?
It's fantastic. Well, it was really the same role. I'm just stepping back from the DPO with Elizabeth there now. I miss you guys though. Sorry I couldn't be there today. I had an appointment in the middle of the day that I had to be at.
No, that's all right. That's good. We're glad that you joined us. All right, everybody's good?
One quick.
Go ahead, Jason.
So the advisory board, do we want to keep it viable? Do we want to ask the members?
That's a very good point.
Don't want to take a lot of time with it, but, some on board have asked, whether they, is there value? Should we keep it going or not? So,
To me, the contractors, are really, and you guys are the ones that should be providing that feedback.
How much time was it on you guys? I know it's time and energy on you and.
I mean, it wasn't a lot, but there were some,
There's
but
enough.
I don't think we have any need currently. I think we can keep it going. I guess the question, I think we leave the vice board as it is, if you want my recommendation. But do we ask the advisory board members to participate in the meeting in September, and or the year, the mid-year stuff to keep them appraised of what's going on so they can have opinions on when we have an issue.
Just because I know I see Doug, I think Doug enjoyed it. I think it was a little different than what he originally thought, maybe.
Okay.
I don't want to speak for him, but he asked me about it and he asked if they were of value, which I felt that they provided feedback to you guys and to us as a board. I mean, I think Amy came a couple times to our meetings and Taylor.
I just think of like a new contractor coming in.
I do, yeah.
And like when we talked about starting that up and the pretense for it, and we said, but that also needs to be made available to our current contractors.
Correct.
Because they may want that same kind of feedback. So to me, it almost serves as a bit of a guidance orientation for current contractors. And I mean, even if there's a collaboration discussion that they want to have with some folks, right? Like, where do they go with that? They can go to Larry, they can go to us, but at the same time, hey, we're trying to collaborate. You want us to collaborate, but we're running into this brick wall, or tell us how to do this, or sometimes we have to say, we've got to play well in the sandbox and get involved and do that too. But that's also an opportunity for folks to get that kind of feedback and to give the feedback.
So no one on the board has said, don't want to do it anymore, or just, there's been some opining about the value of it. So I think let's leave it as it is. And,
If they're willing to keep.
Doing it.
Yeah.
We'll see what we get in September. There may be a need
Yeah.
for the advisory board to help if we decide to fund a new contract, and we'll leave it as it is. And then
I would just say I would find it hard to say we're one and done. I don't know if that's a fair.
Well, and part of that could be, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, you and Julie have talked to them. But do they, for lack of a better term, feel appreciated if they haven't been invited to some of our other meetings? Or do they feel that they were of value to us as a board?
So Amy, Gabriel, and then Taylor come to a couple more than.
Yes,
Chris
Doug.
and
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Chris.
And they both expressed to me, I think to Julie as well, one, that, didn't know if they could ask questions, wanted to ask questions. I think there's value in having some more voices, and so, yeah, I think we invite them, let them participate, and we didn't discourage it, but they didn't know for sure. So I think.
I don't think they would have showed up if they didn't think they were learning something.
Right.
I think it was an eye opener for them.
Right.
Experience that.
So
in a good way.
Do you feel that if we ask them to do it again, will they do it?
I think so.
I think so. I don't know if Chris will, but I think,
Chris Noble,
yeah.
He's
and
pretty
he's
busy
got the
boy.
experience of being on your side of the
Everybody's
aisle.
busy. Right. So I think he might not come because he already kind of gets it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So.
You guys ran you guys were in charge of it. So, I mean, I guess I
Say what,
defer it to you guys.
probably talk to them and see if they're willing to stay going, and if they want to come, they can
I
come.
brought it up today because we're late, but should we invite them in September? I think we should.
Oh, for sure.
I think so, because it's
Okay.
important.
Absolutely.
To see the,
And they can participate and ask questions.
I mean, is it out of what?
No, I'm just like, we don't want anybody to be confused that they're an arm of you in the decision-making for the budget and for who you're funding. So you gotta be careful with that. You're
So
dependent
that's,
on-
I was trying to figure out how,
There last year and they just didn't vote on anything.
Right, and Julie,
Write your questions down. and
Yeah,
discuss
I
it
think
then.
that's,
oh yeah, I just wanted to make sure we kept on the railroad
Right.
tracks of what participation meant, right? 'Cause-
I think just what they did last year was sit there and listen.
Yeah.
It certainly helped them
Okay.
when they,
All right,
I think it
that's good
helped them in the discussions afterwards, because if they're just coming into it and not seeing any of the presentations, they'd be a little lost, I think.
is that for Ag and Markets to reach out to them to continue to participate, or Jason and Julie?
That can be just a handshake here, like however you want to do it. I mean, we said we'd get it set up for you and then it was, for you guys to manage, but like, how do you, whatever you want to do.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
You guys can, I think it'd be great coming from you two personally.
Sounds good.
Very good.
And if Chris doesn't want to participate, that's fine, or Doug or whoever.
We'll go from there.
Yeah. If we get one or two that feels they don't want to do it anymore, we'll, in July, we can come up with another. So if you feel you can get a hold of those people by the 14th of July, and is that fair?
Yep.
Right? We should be okay with that, right? Okay. You good? Everybody good? Any questions? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Do we have an address for Roberta's place so we all know where we're going?
Up that way someplace.
70. Our barn doesn't really have an official address. 78, 79, 68, 86, 79, 86. I have to, it's not an official post office. The easiest way is you head north
Is it,
and there's a 40-mile-an-hour and it's Alloway Road.
okay, it's
Turn
coming
left
up.
there and it's a mile up the road. It's very fast.
Yeah, we got it.
Anybody on public comment?
Move to adjourn those.
What do you want, honey?
You want to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
I mean,
Adjourn.
it's coming up.
Move.
7
Second, third,
Alloway Road. It's.
all in favor, aye.
Barn for that.
Okay.
798. Alloway Road.